Hi there, good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It's Thursday, of course, which means a double dose of darts is coming your way. Group B tonight from 10, but this afternoon Group C is about to get underway. Of course, Group A took place early this week and Matthew Edgar was alongside me watching the action. It was a really close run thing, wasn't it? Bradley Roos eventually the winner, but from what we saw, none the wiser really to who's the favourite to win this week.
Oh, what a group, what a group. When you think there's 45 games in a Group A campaign and it was 2-2 in game 45 with two players still in the running, just goes to show how tight that group was, and a real entertaining one, but highs and lows for all the players so far, so maybe the winner is going to come from someone we have yet to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just break down the week in terms of the groups that they're all going into. Roos, as mentioned, he's through to finals now. He's safe. He'll be in action on Saturday. Tonight, we'll see Andy Hamilton, Jeff Smith and Tommy Norris join David Cameron and John Michael, who were third and second in that group. And then this afternoon, about to get underway, Jensen Walker, Alan Norris, ADC qualifiers Shane Haywood and Michael Huntley, and Ivo Leeksma and Jim McEwan, who, I mean, you said it was a disaster for Jim McEwan to fall into this group.
It really was. This was not the plan for Jim McEwan. Ideally, he had the worst preparation possible by winning a tournament in coming here, because then he had an 8-9 hour journey through the night, never really got to grips with things in a Group A campaign, was mightily disappointed, never really looked like the Jim McEwan that won a series here before, and I think he's up against it now. He probably will get through this group. I expect that to be the case, maybe even as the group winner. But then another day on top of that, I think winning the week now for Jim McEwan, if he does it, would be a massive achievement. Well,
the bookies still fancy Jim to do it. He is not just a favourite, but the odds-on favourite. Look, you're saying you expect him to come through this group, but do you think that's a little bit short?
It is, but then when you look at someone to oppose him with, it becomes tricky to then put up a counter argument. Jensen Walker potentially value there, 100 to 30, 17-year-old here on debut. They would be my concerns. When we look at talent and ability, ceiling, range, I think he's got all the tools and all the assets to come here and have a good say. 17-year-old on debut, though, that's just a slight concern. But I've had a chat with him this morning. Seems a really determined, focused, chirpy character who doesn't really take it too seriously in the sense of his sort of ambitions and his goals. He's just loving being here, so maybe he could be the value play.
What about Mike Huntley at 16 to 1? Because he looked a completely different player yesterday to the one that turned up here on Monday and Tuesday.
That's the risk, isn't it? Do you get the Monday version or do you get the Wednesday version? I don't think he knows which version you're going to get, and that could be the concern. He was throwing the darts a lot firmer yesterday, going in the board a little bit deeper, going in a lot straighter. He's got to keep doing that. He's got to keep that belief and that trust in the action. But it's so easy after the days that he's had to start wavering again, which will then just see that dart kick into the side.
The outright market, then, a difficult one to crack, but what of today's bet builder? This is a treble of the most popular bets that the punters are going for, and they do fancy Jim McEwan to have the highest checkout against the sort of unknown, untested Shane Haywood. Minus 1.5 on the handicap for Jensen Walker against Mike Huntley, and Alan Norris to beat Jim McEwan. Interesting one, 12 to 5 that, so the treble pays 11 to 1.
I'm not surprised. I think there should be 16 or 20 to 1 that one. Alan Norris, the game he plays Jim McEwan, the timing of that game is what concerns me the most. So Alan Norris is someone we've seen here come and play quite well, but he does a lot of changing throughout the day. He'll switch his darts around, but one of the things he's struggled with is issues with the shoulder and sciatica. Now, he informs me that the sciatica is now gone, or he believes it to have gone, and we'll find out over a real test like today. But towards the back end of the day, that's when we see Alan Norris struggle. So I would say maybe just see how it goes in those middle games. But if he's still going at that time, and if those issues have gone, that is good value. But we've just not seen evidence of it here.
You've already hinted Jim McEwan, you think will get through this group, if not going on to win on Saturday. So give us one more name. Who do you think joins it?
I'm going to go with Walker. I've really liked what I've heard from him this morning. 17-year-old, he's focused in the right way. He's done some good things. He had that victory over Sebastian Bielecki at the UK Open. If this was horse racing, we'd be looking to frank the form. And Sebastian Bielecki's won a week here. He's hit a 9-darter here. and he lost not just on one of the outer boards. This was on the main stage. This was on board 1 at the UK Open in front of a crowd with the cameras on, every single dart under scrutiny. Same sort of situation that he's going to have here. So I think he's going to handle it okay, and that victory over Bielecki should really frank what he could do here.
So he's backing Jensen Walker. Is he backing himself? Let's find out. I spoke to him a little earlier. Jensen, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Just sum up your feelings walking into the building this morning.
Thank you very much. Wow, yeah, today's just a phenomenal experience for me, to be coming into a field with some absolutely phenomenal players. Wow, the best without a tour card, really. Mixing it with them, being given the opportunity to do that is unbelievable. So once again, I can't say thanks enough for the opportunity. It's unbelievable, yeah. Unbelievable to be here. Mixing it with the best players is something you did recently as well at the UK Open. Yeah. Maybe burst into the mainstream a little bit then. What was that experience like for you? Oh, unforgettable. It's something I'll never forget. The picture of that, the double top going in for me on the 78 finish. They're the memories you'll never forget. That picture will always be in my mind forever. I can relive the moment all the time now. Unbelievable. Phenomenal experience. First chance for the viewers of the Super Series to hear from you. Just tell them a little bit about how long you've been playing darts, your background. So I come from Coventry. I've been playing darts since 2020, since the lockdown. I started playing some JDC stuff, WDFs, a bit of WDF stuff, Challenge Tour, Development Tour, and I'm playing for the WDF England team. As youth captain, and that's kind of where I am at the minute, just trying to play in as much as I possibly can to take my game to the next level, and that's where I kind of lie at the minute. And just finally, a new experience here today. What are your ambitions here at the Super Series over the next couple of days? My ambitions is I want to make finals tonight. Of course I do. I'm not here to make the numbers. I'm here to try and do a bit of damage, and that's hopefully what I'll do. But also on top of that, it's just another great bit of experience for myself to take on and move forward. Good luck, enjoy it. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Well, good talker, Jensen Walker, and the interceptor is taking on Michael Huntley in this opening match of Group C. Huntley, as we sort of discussed, had a torrid time for the first couple of days, but was much, much better on Wednesday in Group A. As for Jensen Walker, well, this is the 17-year-old's MODUS Super Series debut. The lad from Coventry, who did get through to the second round of the UK Open, as just discussed, beating Sebastian Bielecki, takes on the 52-year-old Huntley, who will be looking to reproduce the kind of form that he displayed yesterday, rather than the two tough days he faced earlier this week. What will we learn from the opening matches, Matt? Because of course it's a much shorter situation now for the players dropping in from
Jensen
Group A.
To throw first. Game on.
I think we're going to learn an awful lot in these first couple of laps of fixtures in terms of the destiny of the group and how people sort of settle into the plate.
40.
And that'll be the key word that we're looking for here with Jensen Walker, settle, because we know he's got the ability, we know he's got the talent. We know Riley's UK Open qualifier beat Sebastian
39.
Bielecki, a man who's won a week here at the Super Series. Been playing lots of games on the county
100.
stage for Warwickshire. Not just in the B, but in the A. He actually got in the A team after just one fixture in the B team. That is unheard of. England captain.
45.
And one of the things that I really like about Jensen Walker is he got into darts during lockdown, playing a bit of online darts. He's then got involved with the academy based in Coventry, his home city. But now he's actually sort of involved more in sort of helping the even younger players. He's a bit of a coach and mentor sort of to the younger players, which is great to see. That he's not just
44.
looking at his own future as well. He's trying to show people that journey that he's been on to get to the point he is.
100.
Spoke about, didn't he? Only starting playing darts during lockdown.
That's interesting that he threw one in the
100.
treble 20 and just took a big step back for a big deep breath. But yeah, that seems quite a common trend, doesn't it? A few players really picked this up as a serious hobby in lockdown and found out
60.
they were pretty good at it.
Jensen, you require 100.
It's one of those times where there wasn't much else to do but play
Game shot on the
darts, and
first
wow,
leg,
what a
Jensen
start for
Walker.
Jensen's Walker. We've asked how can he settle? Well, he's settled very, very well.
Second leg, it's Mike
Yep,
to throw
the first
first.
ton plus finish
Game on.
is exactly a ton, and it comes from the 17-year-old sensation, a phrase that's been used quite a lot of late. In fact, there was
70.
an article in a national newspaper dubbing Jensen Walker the next Luke Littler after that victory against
58.
Białecki at the UK Open. What did you achieve in lockdown, Matthew?
120.
I think I achieved how to put on about 2 stone.
96.
Yeah, I must admit, I spent a lot of time playing dominoes. Did I say playing?
60. $96.
Michael Huntley really did have an improved day yesterday. It was not a happy hunting ground on
100.
Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Well, Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday was better, should I say. Monday and Tuesday averaging
98.
around the
Mike, you require 151.
high 70s, 77 and 78. Did raise that to about an 81. But the concern for Huntley would be that still doesn't
60.
take him to that next
Jensen, you
bracket
require
of darts.
153.
That means that he's still relying on a 7th visit to the board. So with that in mind, he's going to be
97.
hoping for
Mike, you
mistakes
require
from
91.
players, or he needs to just find that extra gear today. We know he's got it in the locker. Certainly when he gets to a qualifying event, qualified for the Seniors World Championship on a couple of occasions. Qualifies here at the Super Series, but he's made a
76.
mess of that.
Jensen, you require 56.
And Walker, a chance to double his lead.
Well, he's
24.
passed up that chance.
Mike, you require 15.
With that wayward dart, Huntley, well, he has to get this right here. Can't miss a big number. Doesn't. Double 4.
No score.
But he's missed that.
Jensen,
And the
you
big
require
number left himself in the
32.
same pickle. Which
16.
he does get chance to
Mike, you
sort
require
out.
15. Seven.
Oh, that's harsh and unfortunate there for Huntley.
Jensen, you require 16.
But Jensen gets another opportunity now to double his lead.
Game shot on a second leg. Jensen Walker.
Well, not the level of leg that he would have wanted, not the type of finish he would have
Third
wanted
leg,
to
it's
match
Jensen
the
to
opening
throw
leg
first.
from Jensen
Game
Walker,
on.
but he'll be very, very happy to have got off to such a strong start. Michael Huntley looks a little bit bemused, befuddled
100.
behind him. Speak to him away from the stage, and he's quite a
81.
chirpy chappy, is Mike Huntley. Very pleasant, very happy, but on the stage he just exudes a lot of negativity.
134.
Just plays like the world's on his shoulders, doesn't he? Plays with so much expectation. He just would love to see
22.
that Michael Huntley that turns up to these qualifiers and is winning on a regular basis.
137.
But Jensen appears to be in the groove. He's settling into the task now.
$139. Jensen, you require 130. $36.
Said about that image of winning at the UK Open will stick in his mind.
87. Jensen, you
Well,
require 94.
It could have a partner this week because he may get an image of himself stood on that stage with a trophy at the end of it.
Game shot on a
Because
third
this
leg.
is a
Jensen
good
Walker.
start. 3 legs, no retaliation yet from Huntley. And he could
Fourth
be getting
leg,
off
it's
to the
Mike to throw
absolute
first.
perfect
Game
start
on.
here.
$140.
Mentioned about Jensen Walker playing a few county games.
58.
He's actually had a career now that spans over 3 seasons, which is pretty much not long after coming out of lockdown.
42.
Playing a mixture of A and B team fixtures. His last 2 fixtures was both played in the A.
37.
Both 4-3 victories there against Hampshire and against Glamorgan.
$98.
Well, it is a stellar start. Seems to have modelled his
$58.
shirt design on motor racing. Jensen Walker, and he is racing away with this match. Huntley just trying to do something to put the brakes on.
45.
I'm not surprised there to see Huntley with the phantom throw
100.
because that one went right across his body. He sort of hooked the dart rather than throwing it out.
Could this one result mentally undo all of the good work from yesterday?
100.
Absolutely, because yesterday was a totally different vibe. He came in here yesterday knowing he was bottom of the table, and should he win all these games, he'd probably still be bottom of the
100.
table.
Mike, you require 76.
Double top just to ease a little bit of that tension.
36.
Ease a little bit of that
Jensen, you
angst, but he
require
couldn't do it.
148.
And the misery could be piled on here. Walker won't take out the 148,
60.
but Huntley
Mike, you require 40.
now has to hit or it could be over.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Mike Huntley.
That will make him breathe a little easier.
5th leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on. $45.
144 attempts at a double so far this week for Michael Huntley, of which he has only converted
100.
37. That there could be part of the problem.
46.
And that doesn't include the fact that he's 1 in 6 from this game and probably should have had a lot more. Had to sort of burn darts to get down to finishes.
55.
Well, following this, a game that should zip along nicely as Alan Norris takes on Leeksma.
180.
And that there's another little tick in the box for Jensen Walker on his debut outing here at the Super Series.
100.
He's got a 3-figure finish. He's now got a 180, and he might be about to get a win.
42. $60. $43.
Well, despite the 180, 15 darts thrown, he's only on the 145. Everything else has been sort of in the 40s. Little sign of nerves here that Michael Huntley may be able to pounce on here and give himself some opportunities.
145. Jensen, you require 145.
Well, it was looking like he might win this leg and win this match 4-1, but those
85.
two
Mike,
40-something
you require
scores after the
41.
180 has gifted Mike Huntley a chance to win this leg, and he can do it on double 16. Does
Game
do it
shot
on
on a
double
fifth
16,
leg,
and
Mike
suddenly
Huntley.
Walker has a game on his hands. Huntley will throw to force a decider.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
There was signs from the very start that he was just trying to control his emotions, just trying to keep it all in check.
140.
A few deep breaths even after the treble 20. But now he's
58.
got some resistance coming back from him. It was all going swimmingly for Walker on debut, but Huntley just showing some of that experience.
85. 140. 100. 95. 100.
Big last. Leaves him on a 2-darter. Just a couple of singles away from a double.
76. Mikey requires 76.
Topsy wants.
36. Jensen, you require 132.
This would be some way to mark off a debut with a win on the 132. It will not go.
60. Mike, you require 40. Game shot on the sixth leg.
Instead,
Mike
the
Huntley.
go is for go the distance.
So
Seventh and
3-0
final
becomes
leg. It's Jensen to throw
3-3.
first.
Walker, who
Game
had
on.
that 3-0 advantage, has the advantage of throw. And he's straight in. Oh, what a start.
174.
Well, he was asked a very big, serious question from Michael Huntley, and he's given us a very big answer.
78.
That's what I like to call a big 180. All three trebles along the line. But look at this.
123.
You'd be thinking, what's he been doing the last 3 legs? He can
64.
produce this suddenly.
He's given himself plenty of time here. Massive chasm between the scoreboard.
58.
Allows him just to have those sort of mistakes. Because even a 180 for Huntley can't leave him on a finish.
Maybe have a better look at it in a future match, Matthew. But I've just noticed there's an awful lot of fishtailing going on with
81.
Jensen
Jensen, you
Walker's
require
throw.
146.
Not a true trajectory. They do really wobble through the air, his darts.
61.
Yeah, the hand does sort of flick out at the point of release rather than coming through. But these are all things that will evolve and develop as he
41.
grows into his
Jensen, you
throw.
require 85.
Or is he going to be growing into this group with a victory in his first match?
$45.
Sets it up. All Huntley can do is apply the pressure. It looks like he's applied the oil to his hands there.
He wasn't happy with his hand, was he? Gave it a good look.
121.
Great recovery, though.
Jensen, you require 40.
So to finally get it done,
Game shot.
and Jensen
and the match,
Walker
Jensen Walker
takes a checkered flag in the opening match. He wins the race to 4, despite disappearing into the distance at the start of the game. He led it 3-0. Huntley hit back, but Walker wins 4-3. Started that match with that 100 checkout, a 180 in there, had a fabulous 174 as well. Very, very promising signs for him, but very worrying signs for Mike Huntley, who did well just to make a game of it in the end. He'll return in a few games' time to play Alan Norris, who is in action next against the Dutchman, Ivo Leeksma. So match 1 saw the debutant Jensen Walker, the 17-year-old, win 4-3 against Mike Huntley. Match 2, well, that features Ivo Leeksma, who played some decent stuff at times in Group A. He's up against Alan Norris, who has been hit and miss really in his previous Super Series visits, but does have a glittering darting CV. Never really know what to expect from the man so obviously nicknamed Chuck, 2014 BDO World Championship runner-up. 10 years ago now, when he was the finalist at the Lakeside, he takes on the Dutch national ranking champion in Leeksma, 28 years of old, from the Netherlands. What are you expecting? I think both players, actually, that are quite enigmatic, aren't they? It's sort of the unexpected with the pair of them.
Game on.
Now, I tend to find that when Alan Norris is here, he starts well. He tends to play well in the early fixtures. Fixtures 1, 2, maybe 3. It's as the day goes on that it sort of becomes a bit of a struggle for Alan Norris. That might be part to do with the ageing years now. Now a senior darter is Alan Norris. Also does suffer at times with tension in the shoulder. He was suffering badly with sciatica.
40.
But he tells me now that actually the sciatica's kind of gone. It's kind of eased up a little bit. And do you know what he puts that down to?
Go on.
93.
Delivering pizzas. True story. Just says it gets him out, active, mobile.
Yeah, I don't think I could be trusted with such a responsibility, to be honest.
100.
Might be a slice or two missing on arrival.
Have you seen those TikTok videos where you can actually take like
91.
a bit of pizza out and it still looks the same size?
No, but do show me in the break.
You're going to get a job as a pizza delivery man.
162. Alan, you require 170.
What a start this is from Leeksma, but we will get the shot. Just 12 darts to leave 12 for
Ivo
Leeksma.
require 12. Game shot on the first leg, Ivo Leeksma.
Well, you said you don't know what to expect. Expect the unexpected. A 13 dart
Second leg, it's Ivo to throw first.
to kick things off.
Game on.
I mean, the issue for Leeksma really is that wavering performance. When we look across
96.
day 1, 2 and 3, when he took part in a Group A campaign, he starred in the bottom 3 averages every day.
45.
But yeah, on Monday he also had the best. He had the 3 lowest averages of the day of any player, but he also had the best average
81.
of anybody. The fact he starred in the bottom 3, though, every single day would be a concern as to when that drop-off in performance is going to come.
180.
Or is it option number 2? That actually now, Leeksma's
93.
had 3 days to settle in, and now we're going to see a bit of consistency on his second group campaign here at the series.
Well, as for Alan Norris, I mean, you mentioned it that he normally starts well. Last time he was here, he actually won his first match on both Thursday and Friday, but lost all of his other games. He was in the same group as Jim McEwan then. He beat Jim in his very first match of the group. Lost to him in his very last match of the group, and it was 8 defeats from 10 matches in his last Group C campaign, Alan Norris. We did though see him go to Q School and reach a semi-final there
31.
in stage 1.
91. Alan, you require 120.
Leeksma will get a go at breaking the throw.
40.
And that looks like a glorious guide. 2 of them.
No score.
3 of them, but he's got no darts left.
Alan, you require 76.
What a fine effort that was. This is where it can end up hurting when you have 3 well-thrown darts.
56. Evo, you require 40.
So you know what's going to happen. He's going to throw one right up the top.
Game shot on the second leg.
straight
Evo
in.
Leeksma.
Good start for the Dutchman. 2 up.
Third leg, it's
Against a
Alan to
much
throw
more
first.
experienced opponent.
on.
Flew down to the south coast. This time his drive is about
100.
9.5 hours from where he lives up in Scotland. So decided to take a flight to Southampton instead.
180.
Second 180 of the game, 1 apiece.
60.
Yeah, and that, you got to think that's 9.5 hours without traffic. And how often do you ever get to travel on the roads these days of doing that many miles without
84.
hitting any sort of traffic along the way? So absolutely the right thing there for him to take the flight down.
Playing with
60.
a new set of darts. He'll have 2 new sets of darts on the stage with him. He always does have a spare set, and he will switch in between throws.
140.
He's just done it now.
$100. Evo, you require 97.
Just be leaving it handy. But it's been one-way
57.
traffic, this one, hasn't it, so far? Norris failing to get off the ground. Leeksma racing away. But we did see, of course, in the previous match, a player lead 3-0 and
Evo, you
ended
require
up
40.
having to win it in a last leg decider in Jensen Walker against Huntley.
Game shot on
Well,
the
that will
third
be
leg. Evo Leeksma.
Antagonising Alan Norris, that thinking he's going to get a chance, and then it's snatched away with the last dart.
Fourth leg, it's Evo to throw
This
first.
is a special performance from Leeksma.
$43.
He's averaging in well into the 90s.
140.
Norris trying to close that little gap. But he's got to close a big gap in terms of the scoreline in this game.
85. $140.
Well, it looks like he's picked the right set of darts at the moment. I do believe all the darts are
96.
exactly the same mate, same grade of tungsten, same weight, same dimensions, just slightly different feel.
140. $45. Alan, you require 81. Game
Well,
shot
that's
on a
a-
fourth flag. Alan Norris.
A leg in the ledger for Alan Norris, an orthodox route.
Fifth flag, it's Alan
Kind
to
of
throw
route you would
first.
go if your opponent
Game
was
on.
on a finish, but Leeksma was on 2-3-2.
Martin Adams is one of those sort of
100.
players who will just sort of go for absolutely everything. Won't lay up, won't set up, won't sort of change the routes.
134.
Get a few players like that now. Just every checkout needs to be taken out as if it's the checkout card you get in the dartboard.
100. $134.
So impressed with Leeksma here.
Yeah, it is a really good showing and a really good sign for the rest of the day.
55.
Final match of the first round of
87.
round-robin fixtures will be Shane Haywood, the Welshman, on debut against Scotland's Jim McEwan. He's got 181 left.
82.
Thought there was a lot of
Evo, you require 140.
metal in the way of the treble 20, so went for the 17s.
130. Alan, you require 164.
Again, after just 12 darts, leaves himself on a finish. A fine display here from Evo Leeksma could be ending in a sizable 4-1 victory against a player he's going to know very well due to that
85.
CV that Alan Norris
Evo, you
has.
require 16. Game shot on the
Brilliant,
match.
fabulous,
Evo Leeksma.
fantastic win for Evo Leeksma. Norris played well in that game himself. The 81 checkout got him a leg in the ledger. He averaged 91.64, but it was even better than that from Leeksma. 93.41, 40% success on the finishing. And the most important stat of all, a 4-1 win. He picks up the points, joining Jensen Walker in winning his opening match and trying to do the same next. Jim McEwan and another debutant, Shane Haywood. Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, the home of the MODUS Super Series, and it's all about getting onto that stage on Saturday, where Bradley Roos already is. Jim McEwan from this group is favourite to join him. He takes on Shane Haywood, the Welshman. Not that you'd have guessed it from that garment that he's donning today. Came through an ADC qualifier to get here, and his first match on that Super Series stage is a meeting with the Series 5 champ, Chucky, Jim McEwan, who fell into this group rather unfortunately, losing a straight shootout with David Cameron in Group A to finish fourth in that table. Haywood, 48 years of age, from Wrexham, as mentioned, his first appearance here. Jim McEwan, well, he's made many appearances here and he's had mixed fortunes, but the ultimate high of winning that Series 5 title. Now 56, a man from Maybole in Scotland, looking to make the most of his second chance to make it through to this week's final.
Game on.
Well, Shane joining us from Wrexham. There's a part of the world that's doing quite well in the football at the moment, isn't it? Looking at moving up to League One at present.
Yeah, very well known because of Hollywood
40.
celebs.
All the question marks here will be over Jim
100.
McEwan. Has he been able to put beside the disappointment of Group 8? He would not have been expecting to play in this Group C, especially coming here off the back of picking up a WF silver graded event over in the Isle of Man.
100.
The journey wasn't ideal, but in a 3-day group you'd feel at some point you'd have started to show those signs, but maybe now we can press the reset button on the week and start attacking the
140.
possibility of playing in Saturday night.
$59.
Shane, another player that's earned his opportunity here due to the ADC system that's available. It's open to anybody. If you're sat at home thinking, I can do that, I can do better than these
42.
guys, get onto the ADC website. Vault systems and open tour events, all with access and tickets to the Super Series.
138.
Well, sensible setup from Shane Haywood.
43.
And
Shane,
no
you require
pressure at all applied by Jim
164.
McEwan. A little bit of a sluggish start from McEwan here. This could be a spectacular start from Shane. Oh, he's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. He's
Game shot on
found
the
it.
first leg,
What a
Shane
way to
Haywood.
announce his presence on the MODUS Super Series stage.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
A 15 darter. A 164 finish. Welcome to the Super Series, Shane Haywood. Fantastic leg.
81.
And all of a sudden, he looks like a man brimming with confidence and authority. He's asserting himself on the stage.
140.
That's great, that, because often you'll see a player put in a big checkout like that and get a bit carried away and it can affect the next visit, but straight away, a 140 to really attack the McEwan throw.
40.
And he's got his mate behind the board with the big hammer.
$59.
McEwan all week has just struck that sort of persona and that body language of a man who's got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now.
$140.
Feel like he just needs that one big performance, that Jim McEwan-esque performance, just to get things up and running.
100.
And that's an absolute dream start for Shane Haywood. Exactly the kind of thing you would imagine doing, isn't it, when you're making your debut
100.
somewhere.
Oh, he'd have played that scenario in his head for the last few weeks. He'd have known he'd been coming here now for quite some weeks and would have been building up and working towards this. He'd have played all those scenarios
58.
through. He'd have been on the
Jimmy
practice
require
board
140.
this week, probably casting an eye over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday's play. Going for all those finishers to win matches or to win the title here this week.
100. Shane, you require 144.
Well, what about a 144 to add to the 164? Opted for the 18 route. But what is a dangerous game
78.
on an hockey
Jimmy
is
require
leaving Jim
40.
McEwan on tops. Hasn't been as successful on his favourite target this week as he usually is, and that's maybe why he struggles.
shot on the
A big
second
part of it
leg,
anyway,
Jim
but he does
McEwan.
bail himself out on double 5 to level the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $91.
Now, when Jim McEwan's on song, that's an ideal dart there for a 140. Just sat on the top wire nicely. Bit of lift on the
85.
dart, but again, that third dart is going a bit awry.
$43.
It's just not moving the
85.
arm very freely, is there? There's so much shoulder engagement at the moment for McEwan.
$140. $40.
There's a lot of darts in the 5 as well for McEwan. 4 out of his 9 darts so far in this leg.
91.
Yeah, all looks hard work at the moment for Jim. That's the dart he's been wanting to find.
81. Shane,
Maybe
you
a little
require
unlucky there. Did
136.
deflect off the flight. Is he at it again? He is.
Shot on the
Wow.
third leg, Shane Haywood.
Well, this is quite incredible. Shane Haywood took out a 164 in his first leg,
Fourth leg, it's
and
Jim
2
to
legs
throw
later,
first. Game
he
on.
adds a 136.
That 164 as well is the best finish we've had so far this week. We've had
60.
a few good ones, a few biggies, but none as sizable as that. Until then, the best one we've seen was a 154 finish that was done by John Michael.
134. $140. $54.
Starting to get that first right, McEwan. And when you get that first dart right, it just relaxes the rest of the throw. With
140.
that minimum requirement. He's starting to get into the game. Problem is, he's had the warning signs from Shane
59.
here.
Jimmy require
Big finishes.
161.
Showing him that he ain't worried about McEwan right now.
$83.
I'd be determined to leave a big finish here because he knows he's
60.
liable to take it out.
78.
Bit of animation about them, isn't there, Shane Haywood?
Game shot on the 4th flag, Jim McEwan.
A bit of class at times about Jim McEwan. Even when he's not playing his best, he just manages to grind out
5th
legs,
flag,
grind out
Shane to throw
wins.
first. Game on.
And this would be typical Jim, wouldn't it, in a match where his opponent's taken out 2 3-figure finishers, big ones as well, that he could just find a way to win the game.
140.
Well, he needs to find a chance, and that's where Shane's been so good so far, just keeping McEwan at arm's length. Those 2 big finishers have came on legs where Shane has thrown first.
81.
We did see in our opening game with Jensen Walker when he beat Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 3 that on debut, when you see that finishing line, sometimes the nerves can
54.
just start to kick in. No signs of that at the moment though from Shane, averaging 92.
$100.
First look at the Shane Haywood throw in full flow.
100.
We'll get our expert, Mr. Edgar, to cast his eye over that in the next visit.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it this time. I was too busy watching the flight go. It looked like it was going into his mouth.
78.
Can't unsee it.
87.
I find it really hard to stay focused on the bit of watching the throw, but yeah, it's very sort of simple, routine, textbook style technique. Not too much going on.
95. Shane, you require 120.
Well, based on what we've witnessed so far, this will be game shot and the 5th leg. Not on this occasion. Haywood can't add another stunner to his repertoire.
60.
We could
Jim, you
still see
require
another stunner though. Jim
147.
McEwan on the 147. Same problem. Drifting to the 5s. Just got to try and leave this as handy as possible.
47. Shane, you require 60.
So something simpler for Shane this time around. Double 10.
50.
And having hit 2
Jim, you require
absolute
100.
worldies in the game, a couple of darts at double, and he can't close out the leg. Opening the door for Jim McEwan, who says
Shot on
thank
the
you very
5th flag,
much.
Jim McEwan.
Snaffles up the leg. Breaks a throw, takes the lead.
6th
We've played
flag. It's Jim to throw
legs
first.
in this match,
Game
and
on.
3 of them now have been taken with 3-figure outs. This is a fine exhibition of finishing from the players. Jim McEwan, I think for the first time this week, starting to fill
60.
friends, family and backers with a little bit of confidence here, because he's just looked a little bit more straight, a little bit more deliberate today.
140.
Yeah, the finishing has been fantastic in this game. As Matthew mentioned, 3 ton-plus checkouts, but also just a handful of darts missed at double. 50% strike rate for Haywood. 3 out of 5 for Jim McEwan. That's 60%.
95.
But it's the 2 darts that Haywood missed when he missed them in the last leg, allowing McEwan to return for that 100 finish.
97.
Yeah, the one concern for McEwan, and he'll be aware of this as well as a player, you're always aware if you're drifting sort of one direction all the time, and it tends to be to that left-hand side for McEwan.
60.
Another sign of the amount of shoulder that he's putting into the throws. And after breaking the throw, essentially he's giving it back in the scoring phase here.
125.
I wouldn't say giving it back, I'd say Shane's taking it. There it is again.
45.
Drift to the 5s.
Shane, you require 139. 99.
Well, we saw Haywood miss a couple of darts at double in that previous leg. He's got 3 at double now.
40.
In fact,
Shane, you require
he's got
40.
6.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And he hits
Shane
to
Haywood.
cancel out the breaker throw. Really good leg of darts. A really good start to Super Series
7th
life
and
here from
final
Shane
leg.
Haywood.
It's Shane to throw first.
6 legs played.
Game on.
Well, that's ironic, isn't it? Because it was Jim McEwan who was snubbing a fist bump from John Michael earlier in the week. Shane Haywood didn't seem too interested in that. But obliged anyway.
108.
And then said to Jim McEwan, have some of that.
$81.
Wow, big advantage. 100 points gained on the opening exchanges. Just needs a treble. 1 treble a throw now, and there's literally nothing McEwan can do.
Well, whatever the outcome in this
44.
game, it's an absolutely superb showing in a debut game. An average of over 93 for Shane Haywood.
$100.
Still got the big advantage, just needs to find that 1 treble a throw, and he's got it on this occasion. Getting it the first dart as well. Takes a look over to the scoreboard. You'll like the fact that McEwan needs a max just to leave a finish.
85.
Can Jim McEwan pick his pocket? Shane Haywood knows he's got 2 visits.
140.
So he's guaranteed 6. Big
81.
last start there. Could be a skin-saving last start. McEwan would just be praying for a 140.
$100. Shane,
Best
you
leg of the
require
game so far from
111.
McEwan, but he may not get a chance. We've seen Shane take out 2 biggies already.
Can he make it a hat-trick to win the match? Oh,
Game shot
yes,
and the
he
match,
can.
Shane Haywood.
What a sensational debut performance. And look what it means to Shane Haywood, who's found not just 1, not only 2, but 3 ton plus checkouts, starting with a supersized 164 and winning the match with 111 to defeat the Series 5 champion Jim McEwan in a last leg decider. The average very healthy indeed, 93.38. The finishing absolutely fabulous, 4 out of 7, including those 3 ton toppers. Shane Haywood has made his mark already here at the Super Series and put the rest of the group on notice. And now 2 of the players who lost their opening matches are about to go head-to-head as Mike Huntley meets Alan Norris. Game 4 about to get underway then here at the Super Series, and it's a couple of players that lost their opening match. For one of them, it will mean a mountain to climb, won't it? Straight away. Alan Norris and Mike Huntley battling it out. Norris went down 4-1 to Ivo Leeksma, the Dutchman who put in a good performance. Huntley, well, he was 3-0 down against Jensen Walker, but managed to battle back to 3-3 before losing that game in a last leg decider.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Both men who apply their trade on the World Seniors Tour these days. Chuck, though, the man with the better reputation, the bigger CV. Huntley has maybe
100.
only emerged in the last couple of years through qualifying from ADC events and for World Seniors events, where 10 years ago Alan Norris was playing a final in a World Championship.
100.
I think one of my favourite Alan Norris moments was probably
55.
the 9-darter he hit at the Players' Championship finals over on stage 2. It's Michael Smith, I believe it was.
Yeah, picked up a fair few quid for it, didn't he? Was it
95.
35,000, I believe? It was a rolling prize that the PDC had put in, £5,000 per tournament, and it went 7 tournaments
59.
without hitting one. It was all building up for this big 40,000 bounty at the World Championship, and Alan Norris did it on stage 2 at Minehead instead.
139.
He used to do the same on the Pro Tour as well. I believe it was like a £200 every tournament it wasn't hit. And it ended up running up quite high at one point, and I believe the player was
100.
Dave Askew.
Alan, you require
Hit a
167.
And it was quite a sizable prize fund. It was around about £6,000, which, you know, at the time was what he was kind of getting for winning a Pro Tour. So he was more than happy. He was
97.
delighted. But then 2 others went in on the same day, so we had to split it.
Yeah, and that would happen a lot these days, wouldn't it? You'd be looking at about 50 quid per player per day. Rain's 9-darters on the Pro Tour now. It rained 9-darters here for a couple of months towards the back end of last year, but there's been a dry spell in terms of
129.
perfect legs at the Super
Alan,
Series.
you require 70. $50. Mike, you require 58.
Huntley then gets a go after Norris failed to convert. He looks about as uncomfortable as that sticker on his shirt.
38. Alan, you require 20.
Alan Norris already now starting to move the arms and flex the shoulders at the back of the stage.
Game shot on the first leg, Alan Norris.
Gets the breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on. 140.
Bright start to the day this for Norris. Yes, he did go down in his opening game. 4-1 to a very inspired Ivo Leeksma.
87.
But he
Alan, you
averaged
require
91 and a half in
161.
that one. And, well, he's raised it even further here. Could he join the big ton finish
Game shot on
club
the
he
second
has?
leg, Alan Norris.
Alan Norris is well and truly up for this battle today.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, Alan Norris wanted a piece of the pizza, didn't he?
$85. $40. $66.
You see a question coming through to the commentary box today from Peter. Nice to have you with us today, Peter. Hope you're enjoying the darts. Yes, why are
45.
Michael Huntley's flights spinning? That's to do with the equipment that he's using. So he's got a spinning stem, something that was brought into the game quite some time ago,
99.
but sort of got phased out. People didn't tend to use that sort of equipment anymore, and it's sort of making a fashionable reappearance these days. And that tends to come down to the fact that people are using these sort of locked, fixed,
140.
ridged flight systems. So in order to sort of stop the aggressive deflections, it just allows that little bit of movement
60.
and play when the two flights sort of clatter into each other, because some of these are made from very strong materials, very thick materials.
64.
And a lot of the time it's because people want that perfect shape of the flight rather than the more foldable flights that we're sort of used to.
60.
Yeah, do keep your questions coming. Our expert analyst Matthew Edgar will answer
100.
with the same
Mike, you require
insight he just has.
131.
Chat room on the YouTube channel is open. Of course, you can get in touch by other methods as well, at MSS Darts across our social media sites.
99. Alan, you require 112.
But this for a double breaker throw to put him firmly in control.
Game shot on the
Firmly in
third leg.
control he
Alan
is, and he
Norris.
knows it. Go on, says Alan Norris, and what a start to the
Fourth
day we
leg,
have
it's
had
Alan
here
to
in
throw
regards to
first.
big finishes.
Game on.
By the day, we did ask a question ourselves yesterday to our followers and fans on social media, didn't we?
140.
And we did have a few replies. For the lookalike challenge, what dart players do you think have lookalikes? Henry Deacon put one himself.
180.
Now, I wonder if I should stop this, because Michael Huntley's on a potential 9 darter, and I'm talking about
100.
Aaron Turner looking like Ryan Joyce. Well, he's not going to hit it. We did have a few other suggestions. Thomas Youngens and the wrestler.
43.
I mean, I'm not going to know who this wrestler is. John Moxley, Dean Ambrose. That mean anything to you, Matthew?
That does, yeah. Dean Ambrose, Moxley in AEW. The other thing is, I think that Thomas Johans looks
91.
like, is it Hank from The Simpsons?
Bradley Roos and Ace Ventura. That one came in, our Group A winner.
135. Alan, you require 170.
Hank Scorpio.
43. Mike, you require 143.
I've got one if I've got time to squeeze one in.
Go on. Squeeze
Martin
it in.
Schindler
Yeah.
looks like Ralph Wiggum.
119. Alan, you require 127.
Sorry, Nico, what did you say? Well, there might be more time because Alan Norris isn't going to complete the game with a 127.
32.
So Huntley,
Mike, you require 24.
in exactly the same position he was in his first match, 3-0 behind. He got back to 3-3 then. And he
Game
gets
shot on
back
the
to
fourth
3-1
leg,
here.
Mike Huntley. Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $60. $50.
That 161 checkout from Alan Norris. Not even the
100.
highest of today, but what a finish it is. And what a start it's been to the day. 6 ton-plus checkouts in the first 4 matches.
82.
It's not just like they've been the smaller ones as well. We've had 2 of those double treble combinations as well. Shane Haywood with a 136 and a 164, and Alan Norris with a 161.
100. $99.
Might have room for another big checkout if Norris hits a ton or a 140 when he comes back. He's going to leave one of the fishers.
41. 100.
The big one. The Weatherby Whaler.
41. Alan, you require 170.
Well, he's going to have 6 starts if he needs them because Huntley doesn't leave a finish.
89.
Yeah, this one will not be going.
$127. Alan, you require 81.
Is this the end? Will have to be the ball.
56.
Been decent on that in the game. Took
Mike,
out the
you require
161 on it.
32.
Set up that 81 by hitting it. But couldn't complete the combo on the smallest target on the board. And now has to hope that Huntley fails to find double 8. And double 4.
Game shot on a
Norris
fifth
does
leg.
not get his
Mike
wish. And Mike
Huntley.
is doing exactly what he did in game 1. Giving his opponent a 3-leg head
Sixth
start
leg,
and
it's
then
Alan to
fighting
throw
back.
First. Game on. $60.
All around it. Alan Norris gives us the ooh, and rightly so. Top wire, bottom wire, top wire.
96.
Sometimes they get frustrating. Because you're not doing anything wrong. You've just been, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the wire. Game of such small margins. Sometimes it's
140.
more ideal to miss by quite a bit because then at least you know you're doing something wrong.
$44. $95. $81.
Does utilise as many segments as possible, Alan Norris. I've actually seen him start a 1-4-3 checkout
140.
on treble 14.
Well, he's got time in his hands now to get the job done.
42.
Get his
Alan,
first
you
victory of
require
this campaign
66.
and once again condemn Michael Huntley to the bottom of the table, somewhere he's become very used to over this week.
26.
Over the top for Norris, but he will return with 3 more at it. And Huntley will, again, you talk about a familiar position, he'll be in that position where he's going to have to start winning.
21.
If he loses to Jim McEwan in his
Alan, you
third
require
game, he will
40.
feel like he's already pretty much out of the race. Only 2 go through from the 6 players after 10 matches apiece in this group.
20. $60. Alan, you require 20. No score.
But he can actually afford all these misses. That's
Mike, you
a
require
good thing for
157.
Alan Norris. The darts have not been good, but hasn't mattered. He's had 3 visits now from 66, Norris.
30.
He's going to get a 4th.
Alan, you require 20. Game shot.
And that is the
unmatched.
one.
Alan Norris.
That is the win for Alan Norris. It gets the better of Mike Huntley. It was a decent display, really, when you consider that he missed 9 darts at double, still averaged mid-80s. A spectacular 161 checkout in there as well. Fantastic finishing we've seen from the players today. 6 ton plus checkouts already in just 4 matches. And Norris wins that match in 6 legs. Coming next then, a couple of players who are the top 2 favourites for this group in Jim McEwan and Jensen Walker. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series as Jensen takes on Jim in the 5th game of 15 today. And it's Walker who has got points on the board, the 17-year-old. Beat Mike Huntley 4-3 in his first match. Jim McEwan went down 4-3 in his first match. So the ADC qualifies Shane Haywood. So he'll be looking for some reparation here as he bids to turn around what's been a difficult week so far for the Series 5 champion.
Nothing's come easy for Jim McEwan this week. From first leaving the Isle of Man after lifting that trophy to getting here in Portsmouth, it's just all felt like effort. And a real big opportunity presents itself here for
First
Jensen
leg,
Walker.
it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
He's now been up there on the stage as Jensen. He's got a win under his belt. That was a 4-3 win over Michael Huntley. So he's had the opportunity to settle down. It felt like he needed that at times. Quite a few big, deep
83.
breaths. Approach to the hockey. He even had to stop a throw a couple of times. It was 3-0 up before Huntley reeled him back in.
58.
But I do think we'll start to see a little bit more from Jensen as the day goes on, as he settles into life here at the Super Series. He's taking on the Series 5 champion, who hasn't yet played up to those
95.
levels. But you can sort of forgive him in that first game, can't you? He did go down 4-3 to Shane Haywood, but Haywood with 3
96.
big haymaker blows. A 1-6-4, a 1-3-6, and a 1-11 finish for the match.
$96.
Well, McEwan was made an odds-on favourite by the bookies, wasn't he?
81.
That will change big time with defeat here.
Well, we felt that in Group A, didn't we? We thought like McEwan would come out from being favourite, but every single day they gave him a very good opportunity and a good shout. It's as if the other umpires haven't quite watched Jim McEwan this week, or they just believe in the quality that's in there and expecting it to come out very soon.
135. Jim, you require 87.
If you are having a flutter at all on the MODUS Super Series, please do gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
$75.
Jim McEwan fails
Jensen,
to make this opening leg safe.
131.
Jensen Walker looking to add another ton topper to today's proceedings. Can't manage it.
91. Jim, you require 12.
Double six. Miles away. He's been doing this quite a lot this week. Big misses on double six and then hitting double three on cover.
9.
I think the little wry smile
Jensen,
was
you
because he
require
didn't like the
40.
dart that was blocking the bed. And he misses the bottom target. Walker misses the top
20.
target.
Jim, you require 3. No score.
That's the
Jensen, you
danger
require
of the 3
20.
finish. You end up with a bit of traffic in the way, especially if your dart stands up like McEwan's. Trying to find a way in is always a bit tricky. But nice big open bed here for Jensen.
Shot on the first leg.
big
Jensen
breaker throw.
Walker.
Did you know, Murph, that the finish Jim McEwan just tried to take out
Second
3
leg,
was one
it's
of the
Jensen
rare
to throw
shots that you can
first.
only do one
Game
way
on.
on a dartboard? Do you know what the other ones are?
Are you talking one way
42.
as in... Oh, literally one way, or are you including ones where you can do certain shots in reverse?
No, so let's say, for example, 164.
121.
2 different. You can only literally do it one way.
A 170.
96.
What did you say the first one was? 3, the shot that Jim McEwan went for. So 170, so 2.
I think there's 6 in total. I probably should have remembered this.
We've got
before I
3 of
posed
them,
the
haven't we?
question.
We've got 3, 2, 170. 156 must be one.
167.
140.
For 167, you could hit the treble 19 first, then the treble 20, or the treble 20, then the treble
So
19.
it's still the same. It's targets.
Okay, so that's what we're talking. Okay, so how many have we got?
55.
I think we've got 5 there. We said 2, 3, 156, 167, and 170.
We're missing one.
85.
Sure, there's 6. Help us out in the chat if you're watching along, guys. What's the finishes that you can only take out on a dartboard with one combination of numbers?
134. Jim, you require 155.
Yeah, this isn't it. Thought for a moment it might be. I thought Jim McEwan was going to provide the answer just by leaving it. How beautiful would that have been? But there are other
78.
routes, including using the bullseye at the end.
58. Jim, you require 77.
I think I've just thought of it, Matt. 153. The ball.
52.
I think
Jensen,
might
you
be
require
right.
116.
Don't know where it came from.
56. Jim, you require 25. One.
Well, McEwan's had
Jensen, you
plenty of
require
chances here at the
60.
doubles. 9 darts so far, and not been able to get one successful one. He's in danger here.
Game shot
And
of
he is. He's
second
2-0
leg,
down to
Jensen
Walker. 17-year-old on debut, looking at going back to back.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
So I can
Game
confirm it from Danny Baggish. There are 6 finishes. You can only do one way. 2, 3, 153, 156, 167 and 170.
108.
And there's one that you can only score one way.
140.
Can he do it again? No, we can't. That's a bit of a flyer from Jim McEwan, followed
80.
by another one. 4 perfect darts and then 2 scruffy ones.
Beautiful.
180.
One apiece in the maximum stakes.
Ivo Leeksma and
60.
Shane Haywood will battle next. Both players who won their opening games.
100.
So they've got a little bit of zip in the action all of a sudden, hasn't he, Jensen Walker? A bit of spice that he showed at the UK Open a couple of weeks ago when he was up on that big stage against Sebastian Bielitsky.
123. Jensen, you require
Bit of a
81.
coupon buster that day.
Double 16
49.
left if he comes back,
You
but
require 58.
McEwan will set up his favourite double top here. Now they've been in and out of love all week. And he's
Getting
back
shot
in
on
the
the
bed.
third leg,
Jim
Jim
McEwan. Half the deficit after tops becomes trustee again for Chucky.
Fourth leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
It was a holder throw, though, for Jim McEwan. With Jensen sat ready to strike, so a lot of encouragement that could be taken here from the young man.
134.
He was very well aware of the attributes and the qualities of the players in this group. Sort of talks himself down a little bit at
60.
times. When I had a good chat with him this morning, I was saying all these players have been off doing all these different things and I'm just a newbie to the sport, and
69.
that can be a strength as well. Certainly no scar tissue. Anyone he's ever really had any sort of interaction with in terms of playing before was Alan Norris. He took him on in a Challenge Tour event. I was very quick to ask him who won that game, and
42.
very modestly, Jensen said it was himself. He beat Alan Norris 5 legs to 4. He will be playing on the Challenge Tour this year, Will Jensen, but only taking part in those
136.
UK Challenge Tours. He's not going to be going over to Hildesheim. That is actually, in fact, this weekend, the Hildesheim instalment of the Challenge Tour. So editions 6 to 10.
99.
Challenge Tour, obviously, where we get the Pro Tour Order of Merit top-ups, World Championship spots, Grand Slam spots.
56.
Going to be taking part on the Development Tour. He's also planning on doing a couple of the WDF events that are taking place in the UK.
140. Jensen, you require 106. $40. Jim, you require 160.
Can he level in style? Seen plenty of big finishes today. Jim McEwan will not add one here. I think this is a big exchange, this. Jensen Walker on 66 to lead 3-1 if he
Jensen, you
fails.
require 66.
Jim McEwan will come back for the unusual 26.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
doesn't
leg,
fail.
Jensen Walker.
He takes it out in double quick time and doubles
Fifth
his
leg, it's
advantage
Jim
in
to
this
throw
game.
first.
2 legs ahead,
Game on.
1 away from the win, and from a perfect start to the day with 2 from 2 for the 17-year-old.
100.
Look at him go here. This is fantastic. A little bit of pace really does suit his game, doesn't it? Every time he has that little bit of extra zing, he's normally in.
85.
He's got McEwan on the ropes here. The Series 5 champion in big, big trouble. And not just in trouble
96.
in this match, but could start to find problems in this group. The favourite to win the week could start his Group C campaign with back-to-back defeats against debutants here. Lost 4-3 to Shane Haywood and now in trouble, but digging deep.
108.
Yeah, and in Game 7, he takes on Michael Huntley. One of those players will lose their first 3 matches if McEwan loses this one. And you might
134.
suggest that whoever loses
Jimmy
that match,
require
he's going to have to be
136.
perfect for the rest of the campaign. Otherwise, they'll be heading home at the end of it on Friday.
$96.
This for the win.
Jensen, you require
Options here. Could be
91.
bold, could be aggressive and go for the treble 17, which is what he does. Great darts.
59.
Almost got
Jimmy
it done.
require 40.
Will he get more chances?
Game shot on a 5th leg. Jim
He
McEwan.
might, but it's not going to be in this leg. Twice Jim
Sixth
McEwan
leg,
holding his
it's
throw,
Jensen
but
to
you
throw
feel
first.
clinging on to his
Game on.
throw rather than doing it with any sort of conviction.
100.
He's gaining a lot of experience at the moment, Jensen Walker.
55.
Not just that UK Open or the county fixtures that we spoke about where he spans his time
96.
with Warwickshire Darts over 3 seasons. But he's also becoming quite a regular now with some of the exhibition tours as well, and some of those nights rubbing shoulders alongside some of the greatest players in the world and getting opportunities
60.
to play them on stages in front of crowds.
$61.
They'll be hoping to be in front of a crowd here on Saturday night. Started well.
You could be part of that crowd as well. Tickets
59.
are still available. Snap them up by scanning that QR code. Dartshop.tv, the home
54.
of Super Series tickets and other events as well, including the World Seniors and various exhibitions. But if you want the unique way to watch darts up close and personal, and of course there has just been a really exciting
100.
new charity event announced. Tickets also available, featuring all sorts of influencers and some top dart stars. All the information
100.
on our social media and there at dartshop.tv.
Yeah, that looks to be a fabulous show on the horizon.
123. Jensen, you require 90.
But this show could be over for Jim McEwan.
$85. Jim, you require 104.
Can we see that tartan tungsten tenacity here from Jim McEwan? That doggedness, that determination, that never say die.
Game shot
Yes,
on a
we
6th
can.
leg. Jim McEwan.
Yes, he can. McEwan cleans up another 3-figure combo
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw
and
first.
forces a last leg
Game
shootout.
on.
As the old master battles out with the young apprentice. And he's turned it on. Right on cue.
140.
I was just starting to look at the fixtures, look at the table, and start to send up some distress signals for Jim McEwan at getting
97.
through this group. But he's really starting to find that champion spirit. And that's what he is. Not just in this arena, but
44.
very recently. I mean, he hadn't even had a chance to go home to put the trophy up yet. It'll still be in the boot of the car that he won at the Isle of Man.
58.
Jensen just asking himself for a little more. But McEwan got a firm grasp on this game now.
96.
Yeah, real clutch finish, that 104, and then to kick off with a 140.
96.
Just totally turn the tables.
$100. $100. Jim, you require 121.
For another ton topper.
93.
What a way that would have been to win the
Jensen, you
match, but what a
require
way this could be
150.
to win the match.
I think Walker didn't expect this chance. He was sort of slumped at the back of the stage when McEwan hit that second treble.
Bit of fury from the teenager.
45.
He knows that this game has
Jimmy
slipped from his grip,
requires
a little like that dart that dropped on the floor. Can Jim McEwan deliver the knockout blow?
Game shot. And the
There
match.
it is.
Jim McEwan.
Head drops of Jensen Walker as Chucky has managed to turn it around. Table turning 104 checkout in the penultimate leg, put the game in his gift, and he went on to win it. That could prove crucial come the end of this group. It's only early stages, but McEwan was staring 2 straight defeats in the face there. He managed to fight back and get the win. Jensen Walker loses for the first time on the Super Series stage. Will it be the same fate for Shane Haywood next? He takes on the Dutchman, Ivo Leeksma. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that man is looking to carry on a dream debut. Shane Haywood, who produced 3 fabulous ton-topping checkouts in his opening game, including a first leg 1-6-4, and went on to win that game 4-3 against Jim McEwan, takes on Ivo Leeksma, the Dutchman, who is also on his debut week but has played 3 days already. Both of them won their openers. In fact, Leeksma, the most convincing win so far today, a 4-1 success over Alan Norris. And the winner of this match will be the league leader after 2 rounds of fixtures. It might not seem like many, but there are only 10 in Group C.
Both players really did open up their campaigns very well here today. Ivo Leeksma, a lot of his legs, just 12 darts in the scoring phase to leave him down on a finish. Whereas for Shane Haywood...
First leg, it's Ivo to throw first. Game on.
It was all about the finishing. 3 times out of 4 legs that he won. Taking out
59.
over a ton checkout. 111 for the match, a 136 and a 164.
You noticed earlier on it looked like he was eating the dart, Shane Haywood. I'm just looking there. It actually is touching his lips.
59.
He's actually using his mouth as a reference point. It's not stopping before. Quite bizarre. Can that
100.
little contact affect the throw at all?
He's got a very de-accelerated backswing, hasn't he? So
100.
with that coming back so slowly, I don't see it being too much of an issue. But if it was coming back a bit quicker, it could just knock the dart in the hand. You just got to make sure you've got a nice firm grip on the dart, I suppose.
Yeah, and a nice little bit of strawberry
43.
flavouring on the flight would be nice, wouldn't it?
Reminds me a
59.
little bit of a story regarding Jeffrey Deswan, who has 1 cherry sweet in his case.
Look at this. Look, it's going right in his mouth. Look at that. By the way, I'm trademarking it now.
85.
Flavoured darts flights. I'm bringing them out.
$93. Shane, you require 150.
Well, he might be tucking into another big checkout here. He was just checking there whether it was in and what was left. The answer
90.
was it wasn't, and
Ivo,
74
you require
remained.
131. $91. Shane, you require 60. $40. Ivo, you
Very narrow
require
miss
40.
that, isn't it? Small margins in this game. Haywood misses.
Kicks on
Leeksma
the
hits
first leg.
and
Ivo
holds on to his
Leeksma.
throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Are you thinking a variety of flavours, or just the like? Let's say you got like a fruit pack of flights. Would you get like, let's say, apple, strawberry, and banana, or would you just have to buy a pack of banana?
43.
You're thinking that I've thought it through for more than the last 30 seconds.
Oh, it's appealing. I like it.
134.
We could have skinny flights that are literally the smaller ones. Do you want to go into this business together?
$58.
Could stick a couple of sours in your opponent's darts.
100. $59.
This is the last game in the second round of fixtures. 10 fixtures in total
91.
in a Group C campaign. We'll know by around about 5:30, 6 o'clock sort of time tomorrow who the next two players are through to the final. Bradley
54.
Rose currently sat waiting. He was the winner of a Group A campaign. We've also got Group B action tonight from 10 p.m.
40.
Thursdays are good now, aren't they, for darts? Remember when darts used to be on just a couple of times a year? Now we give it a couple of times a day.
54. Evo, you require 136.
We'll try and get it to 24 hours a day at some point here at the Super Series.
58. $43.
We're only
Evo, you
halfway
require
through this match
78.
and a couple of games into the group, but I'm starting to wonder if Ivo Leeksma is emerging as
Game shot on
the
a
man to
second
beat.
leg. Evo Leeksma.
because he took care of Alan Norris with little fuss.
Third leg, it's Evo to throw first.
And now he's
Game
2-0 to the good against Shane Haywood.
140.
See what you
60.
started here, Murph. There's a message here from Rave Caveman, who's come up with a bit of a caution maybe for the packaging. Says, caution, do not eat flights that have
134.
bounced out. Or would you enforce the 5-second rule?
Oh, that's a good question. That's the best question we've ever had.
60. $57.
I mean, here at the Super Series, it's a nice, clean stage, isn't it? Vacuumed and shampooed every morning. I think you can enforce a 5-second rule.
59. Evo, you require 170. $78.
All the darts look-alike thing all started, didn't it, with the mention of Evo Leeksma maybe bearing a resemblance to Petr Cech.
60. Evo, you require 92. $52.
Have you got one for Shane Haywood?
Barry Bates.
Doesn't quite have the walk, does he?
I mean, there's plenty of Barry Bates
100.
attributes. I mean, Barry
Evo,
Bates
you
wouldn't have hit
require
100
40.
there. He'd have probably switched over to the 18s with the last start to at least leave a finish.
Game shot on the third leg. Evo Leeksma. Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Well, Evo Leeksma so far today has played 8 legs of darts on that stage. And he's only lost 1 of
91.
them. He really is producing a higher level of consistency.
100.
Today, we know the game's in there. He's shown us glimpses of it. He's shown plenty of signs.
$140.
But putting it all together today. 4-1 victory in his opening game against Alan Norris, and now 3-0 up against
100.
Shane Haywood, who's not been able to back up the heroics of his first performance when he beat the favourite in this group, 4 legs to 3, that being Jim McEwan.
Shuffling around the oche here. Shane Haywood looking to ensure his dart doesn't go
45.
wayward. But it did.
100.
I'm sure if he hasn't got a nickname already, that might not be one he's going to adopt. Wayward
65.
Haywood.
Well, he got that set up right to leave himself on a finish, and we know he's capable of a supersized one.
57. Shane, you require 160.
Nobody's been beaten 4-0 yet today.
$60. Evo, you require 144.
Shane Haywood will be hoping it's not him as he comes back
96.
looking at 100.
Shane, you require 100. $80.
Good attempt, but that could be
Evo,
that.
you require 48.
Double 16 for the whitewash win. Not seen that much from Ivo Leeksma this week. He knows how big a moment this could be.
32.
Wanted to get
Shane,
it
you
done
require 20.
with the minimum drama. Haywood has a chance to get back into the game.
$15. Evo, you
You'll be
require
wondering
16.
where his game's gone.
Game shot and the match.
And that is it.
Leeksma.
Haywood loses 4-0 after a stunning start. Return to reality, back down to earth with a bump for Shane Haywood as Ivo Leeksma dishes out the punishment. The ADC Europe qualifier defeats the ADC UK qualifier in emphatic fashion. The first whitewash of this group coming next. Mike Huntley meets Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have seen 6 fixtures so far in Group C. This is what's happened. Jensen Walker beating Mike Huntley 4-3 on Walker's debut. Ivo Leeksma has won both of his games and done them both emphatically as well. 4-1 against Alan Norris, 4-0 against Shane Haywood, who started in style himself. A 4-3 victory for him against Jim McEwan with 3 ton-topping checkouts in that. Norris then beat Huntley, and McEwan got the better of Jensen Walker, who was looking like the boss of that game, but McEwan turned it around. And he's back in action next, Jim McEwan. He's taking on Mike Huntley, and it's a landmark match at the Super Series for Chucky, the Series 5 champion. This is his 150th game of darts on that stage, and he's won 91 of his previous matches, a strike rate of 61%. Very, very good record here.
Oh, absolutely. He is one of the faces of this product whenever you think of the Super Series. And if you had to write down 10 players, or let's go with 12, because that's how many we get in a week, you'd always put Jim McEwan in a week. And he's been very successful here. He's won the biggest prize of them all. And maybe that could be part of the problem now for Jim McEwan, in the fact that he's kind of won everything that there is to be won.
No more worlds left to conquer.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Although we say that, but this series Champions Week is going to be the biggest Champions Week ever. Not just because we're
140.
building it that way or billing it that way, because the prize fund has actually increased £25,000 now to the series winner. Increase of 25% from the original £20,000 that's been for the first 6.
$40.
Yeah, so far, Rhys Robinson and Conor Heenahan have made it through. On 2 really, really
95.
enjoyable finals nights as well that those players won. It's fantastic so far in this series. Mike Huntley is unsure about something here.
Yeah, it's been 2 really enjoyable Saturday nights. I've had the privilege of being here for both. Not just the action up on the stage, but the interaction between the players on the stage
85.
and the audience that gather here in that space you'll just see behind there. There'll be some tables and chairs in there on Saturday night that will be available for you to come and join us. Dartshop.tv.
100.
Yeah, it's been real fun, and it's been great to have so many of you coming and ticking it off your bucket list. I know that there's a good group of 8 lads who had only come across the Super
140.
Series on TikTok recently and just wanted to get here. You'll find me at the merchandise stall at the front of house selling flavoured flights.
177. Mike, you require 96. Game shot on the first leg, Mike Huntley.
Well, that's a brilliant pop from Mike Huntley. 96 out
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
to take charge
Game
against
on.
Jim McEwan. I might be going slightly mad now, but I'm building on this idea, Matthew. I'm now thinking about a full darts lollipop.
82.
Well, while you think about that, I'm just going to go on with the original statement we made in this game about that face of the Super Series. I'm going to pass that over to
99.
our chat box that's chatting on YouTube. Anyone can get in there. You just have to make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel in order to access the ability to drop a message in there. I'd like you to let us know, who do you think of when you think of the
100.
Super Series? What's one name that springs to mind?
Henry Deacon.
Well, that's Murph's one. Let's go with
60.
Henry. Hopefully we get something a little more at market from the the chat box.
Saying Henry's not up market. He's actually in his contract. He is the face of the Super Series.
95.
Henry will be tweeting in now.
No, I think that the point is players, isn't it? That's who it's
60.
about. And McEwan's up there, I do agree. I think of the likes of Steve West. Should have been at Champions Week last time as well, Steve West. Should have had more matches, but unfortunately he's
134.
had an operation that he's not recovered from in time, and he was a real miss. Having made 3 Champions Weeks, Steve West, more than anybody.
66. Jimmy require 90.
Double 18 for McEwan becomes double 9 for McEwan, but he doesn't have to go for it. And shouldn't
No
have.
score.
Should not have gone for it, Jim.
Well, now a 140 or a max, something big from Huntley, could make Jim McEwan an angry figure.
83.
Oh, that's a slip.
Jimmy require
Even just
90.
staying straight there would have given him the opportunity just that one treble. Instead, would need 2. McEwan having to change his route though now with Huntley in striking distance. Push double 5, another one of those awkward ones.
85. Mike, you require 133.
Or is he going to punish Jim McEwan? He was up for it. McEwan's made a real mess here.
93. Jim, you require 5.
This is the preferred route for Jim McEwan, presumably because it's next to his favourite double top. He does get 2 darts at it, but he fails
No
to
score.
find it, and he's back on 5, and he
Mike, you
might
require
actually
40.
be 2 legs behind Mike Huntley here. He hoists
On a second
McEwan by
leg,
his own
Mike
petard.
Huntley. Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Had a couple of responses to the face of the Super Series. Juan Poppy saying Leonard Gates, but
60.
Jack. I'm sorry, I'm not going to read out your second name. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, so we're just going to go with Jack. Gives us Daryl Pilgrim, which is surprising that none of us really had him on the tip of our tongue.
57.
Would it still be, I mean, just statistically, would it just still be Luke Littler having won 2 series?
100.
I think he's the most successful player, but sometimes when you talk about like the face of something, it doesn't always necessarily mean the person who's been.
We won't do it with people, though. That could get messy.
60. Mike, you require 141. $61.
Do you think we're starting to see your sort of prophecy come to pass here for Jim McEwan? You did say that
96.
maybe the tiredness
Mike,
would
you
creep in
require
later
80.
in the week.
I didn't see him going through 6 days here.
And we've maybe just seen a bit of mental fatigue hit there
64.
because McEwan's not left to finish.
$44. Mike, you require 16.
Well, Huntley has had a very slow start today. He lost his opening 2 fixtures. And then coming in against the group favourite, the weekly favourite, Jim McEwan. He probably didn't
Game
fancy his
shot on the
chances,
third
but
leg, Mike Huntley.
he's now a leg away. 3-0 up. McEwan did turn around against Jensen Walker. He
Fourth leg,
was
it's Jim to
3-1
throw
down in that
first.
game, but
Game
this
on.
looks a much more uphill task.
$60. 97. $140.
Well, Jim threw those a little bit quicker, and we did see him do that
99.
when he took on the Bullseye Challenge. That will be available on the Super Series channel in the next couple of days. If you ever wonder how Jim McEwan gets on, throwing a little bit quicker, make sure you are subscribed for that one.
86.
Well, this game is going a little quicker than he would have hoped.
60.
Alan Norris, Shane Haywood follow this, and then Jensen Walker against Ivo Leeksma, the only unbeaten player in the group.
28.
Give himself a clap, but I'm not sure it was a clap of well done.
100.
That's where you need Richard North just to turn up for the fist bump like he did with Luke Littler that time. But McEwan visibly struggling. Really not enjoying anything about this Super
81.
Series campaign.
Mike, you require 145.
Oh, this is sensational. What
Game
a
shot
way
on the
to
match.
win it.
Mike Huntley.
On a day of big finishers, Michael Huntley gets in on the act with an absolute belter to beat Jim McEwan. Not only to beat him, but to beat him 4-0. He did it with a 145 checkout. He wonders where that's been all week, but he keeps himself in the mix in Group C with a fabulous whitewash win of the struggling pre-group favourite Jim McEwan, who's now lost 2 out of 3 and has sunk to the bottom of the table. Coming next, Alan Norris in action against Shane Haywood. On we go then here with Alan Norris back on the hockey. The former world finalist taking on a debutant in Shane Haywood, who made an explosive start to life at the Live Lounge when he beat Jim McEwan with the aid of 3 ton-plus checkouts. And we've just seen another 3-figure finish from Mike Huntley to beat McEwan 4-0. In fact, the last 2 games have gone 4-0. Shane Haywood himself went down by that margin to Leeksma a couple of games ago, and he will be determined to bounce back. The winner of this game will join Leeksma on 4 points at the top of the table, though Leeksma has a game in hand. That's against Jensen Walker after this.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Now, this is the game where, on his previous visits to the Super Series, Alan Norris starts to show the distress signals, starts to show us that yoga DVD
100.
that he's been working on in the background, where he's having to constantly stretch and flex and get some mobility. Feels stiff and tight, but
100.
informed me last night that it feels those issues may have gone, and early indications at this point suggest that we're not going to see that drop-off in performance from Alan Norris.
44.
Sciatica. The nerve running through the back was really
45.
causing him a lot of issues.
Yep, said that pizza has been the solution to that problem. Been a solution to many of mine over the years.
60.
Now, before you get any ideas and run off and buy yourself a 10-pack of pizzas, Murph, it was delivering the pizzas, not eating them.
Delivers a maximum.
180. $100. Alan, you require 76.
We're now looking for a nice bit of topping.
36. $78. Alan, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Alan Norris.
No drop off here for Norris. 17
Second
dart
leg, it's Shane to
holder
throw
throw
first. Game on.
against a player who you can only really describe as a drop off. He set the bar for himself very, very high with that opening performance. 93.383.
42.
Big ton plus finishes in a victory over great favourite Jim McEwan, but hasn't been able to keep up to those levels yet. And when you're on debut, sometimes you can just have one of
95.
those performances, a really good one. It can get the adrenaline going, you can feel good about things, but then you sort of pressurise yourself a little bit because you think, now
59.
that's what I've got to live up to. That's what I've got to try and reproduce.
$100.
I do think that we see that a lot with darts players, that they judge themselves on their best performance level rather than
97.
a sort of average level.
That's why everyone's a living room world champion.
96.
Right, even mugs like me that might have fluked a 180 once, you get it in your head, well, I can hit 180s.
$47. $50.
Norris first to a finish, 160 when he returns. As mentioned, we've seen a plethora of enormous outshots today.
25. Alan, you require 160. $25.
And we still might see an enormous outshot in this leg because that visit from Norris was so bad that he's still on one.
$80. Alan, you require 135.
Expect to see him starting around the ball here. 25 would have left him an outshot.
51. Shane, you require 151. $97. Alan, you require 84.
Well, to finally get the leg won, it's been a scrappy end to it, but he might finish with some gloss. Where's he going? Get back, Alan. Still on, mate. Double three, the target.
I think from the reaction as well, he knew it wasn't in, but he already set off. Sometimes you throw a
It's
dart
on
and you
the
just know
second
it's in, or
leg,
you
Alan
expect it to
Norris.
be in. That one was in. But you know, just sometimes when it leaves the hand, you're like,
Third
that was
leg, it's
good.
Alan to
And
throw first.
he was
Game
sort of already on his way, despite the fact he realised it wasn't in. Haywood still yet to win
45.
another leg since walking off the stage, a winner against McEwan when he finished off with that 111. He's just trying to settle himself down here. Signs that the heart rate starting to pick up.
Yeah, he's gone from that victory to 6 successive legs
97.
lost, hasn't he? Shane Haywood.
It's the right thing to do. Get back, take a few deep breaths.
55.
Some really good strategies. Box breathing, a really good technique that can come into action when the heart rate starts to beat. Just really oxygen rich that blood.
96.
Heart rate will start to beat faster to get the blood carrying the oxygen to the muscles, because the brain identifying a threat, expecting us to
60.
run really hard or fight really hard. So if we can just oxygenate that blood, slow down that heart rate. That's what he's trying to do here, just trying to gain control of his emotions so that the arm can move
85.
more freely.
$41. $100.
Well, 1, 2, 3 remaining for Shane Haywood. Maybe needs one of those sparkling finishers to spark something.
44. Shane, you require 123.
He's got time. He's going to use it.
Great darts, double 18. Oh, on the wire.
87. $171.
Great darts
Shane,
to
you
put the
require
pressure on. Now, this will
36.
tell us a lot about Shane Haywood's mindset. And he doesn't want to be going inside, and he has gone inside. And Alan
28.
Norris, a nod
Alan,
of
you require
appreciation
85.
at getting this opportunity, which really he's carved out for himself with that fantastic 171. Now he wants the ball.
60.
Oh, that would have been a real steal.
Shane,
And
you
has he just
require
hurt his back
8.
there, Alan Norris? Big, big grimace, I think. He's just put his back out a little bit while throwing for that ball.
Game shot on the third leg. Shane Haywood.
Alan in agony.
Fourth leg. It's Shane to throw first.
And Shane Haywood has
Game on.
rubbed salt in the wound.
Well, I did say this is the game where Alan Norris begins to break down.
91.
We'll just see how he feels after throwing these. Did switch darts actually at the end of that leg. It's a common theme. We do notice it a lot
60.
with Alan Norris. Looks like he might be changing again there as he walked back to the table.
60.
When he does change, he just changes for a like to
41.
like. But he's really throwing the body into these shots now, isn't he, Alan Norris?
Yeah, this is a worrying sign because he's got a couple more games after this and then 5 more tomorrow. He'll be
83.
frustrated after putting in the hard yards to try and make sure that he didn't suffer this problem again.
$60.
You mentioned that he's doing his
81.
downward facing dog routine at the back of the stage.
$140.
Could have done without having to pick that up as well.
I can't imagine there'd be too many, actually. Dart player yoga DVDs.
100.
It's another market. We can start one for our merchandise store. We've now got flavoured flights and yoga classes.
Going Price did a calendar once, didn't he?
45. Shane, you require 86.
The less said about that, the better. Double 16.
54. Alan, you require 155.
Well, this is interesting. He leaves a bull.
130. Shane, you require 32.
We're talking about finishes you could do only one way earlier. Norris showed there's more than one way to do the
Getting shot on the
155.
fourth flag, Shane Haywood.
But Shane Haywood has managed to cancel out that 2-leg cushion that Norris had until a dart at the ball
Fifth
for
flag,
3-0
it's
saw
Alan
him
to
put his
throw
back
first.
out, and now
Game on.
his back will be up.
$60.
Oh, brilliant from Haywood, who
100.
seems like he's smelling blood here. He's seen something negative from his opponent and he's jumping all over it.
60.
Maybe we should bring back darts calendars and we should have a Super Series
44.
calendar. We could have Edgar for December, you know, because it's Christmas and everything.
What have you got to do with Christmas?
Well, it's like a gift, isn't it?
140.
Jim McEwan could be October because of Halloween and Chucky. Henry Deacon could be April for April Fool's Day.
100.
Well, Shane Haywood could be November because he's on fire right now.
$140. Shane, you require 100.
We'll look at two tops.
$60. Alan, you require 101.
Can Norris find a way? Oh,
Game
that's
shot on the fifth
fantastic.
leg, Alan Norris.
Norris back in business. A 101 checkout, another
Sixth leg,
three-figure
it's Shane to
checkout
throw
today.
first.
And just when
Game
Shane
on.
Haywood thought he got Norris where he wanted him, Chuck takes charge once again.
$92. $100.
Oh, beautiful again there.
177.
From Shane Haywood. Finding another maximum visit. Showing some really good glimpses. Shane Haywood showing
100.
why he came through those ADC qualifiers to take his place here at the Super Series.
60. $100. $100.
12 darts to leave himself on a potential 2-darter Shane Haywood. And that will take
90.
us all the way
Shane, you require
to a
72.
deciding leg.
Ironically, it was the 111, wasn't it, that saw Haywood win his only match, his debut match earlier on today against Jim McEwan. If he doesn't hit tops here, then Norris can do it against him.
Game
But he
shot
has
on the
hit
sixth
tops,
leg,
and he does
Shane
force a
Haywood.
decider. Really good stuff from Haywood, and this one comes down to a single leg.
7th and final leg. It's Alan to throw first. Game on. $95. $140. $135.
Finally in the balance. Again, Shane not being rushed. It's really good to see from a debutant. A lot of the times you just sort of feel like you've got to go through the motions and rushing into things, but
96.
Shane will do it when he feels ready. Nothing will be thrown until the dart is set right. Until now Alan Norris is joining in. He might just be working out the maths a little bit here as well, just see if he can leave a finish.
87.
Most players would start on the 19s on 265 to give themselves the best chance of doing just that. Having taken off the 5,
52.
should have been going back up, shouldn't he?
Yeah, 102 would not have left him on a finish. It would have actually left him on 163. So these are the
64.
differences between the players. Just that sort of elite level counting does make a difference. It can buy you an extra dart in places.
100.
And
Alan, you
failure
require
to leave a finish there has given
120.
Alan Norris an opportunity to win this match. Looking for the Shanghai shot. 20. Needed the 60.
60. Shane, you require 130.
Haywood gets his chance.
He's been in this position before, a 1 treble to single to double for a match. Oh, and he can't go. Oh, he can. He's in the treble, isn't he? That leaves 98.
Yeah, just snuck in. Needed to land it alongside. Wasn't far off doing that.
53.
And now Norris
Shane, Alan, you require 60.
wanting 60 to win.
Game
And
shot
when he
and the
does,
match,
Norris
Alan
nicks it at the
Norris.
death. The hard-fought battle Alan had to play through the pain barrier in that game, but he takes it away from Shane Haywood. 4-3 and picks up his second win of this group. Norris, with a 101 checkout, another three-figure finish in that match, moves on to 4 points, along with Leeksma, who's looking to carry on his unbeaten start to the group when he takes on Jensen Walker after the break. Welcome back then to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a couple of players on their debut weeks here. Leeksma has had the chance to grow into it, and that might be the reason why he looks the most settled on this stage today. The Dutchman has won both of his first two matches in Group C, 4-1 against Alan Norris and 4-0 against Shane Haywood. Now he takes on the 17-year-old talent, Jensen Walker, who did win his opening match 4-3 against Mike Huntley, but then went down in a last leg decider to Jim McEwan. He's been competitive. That match as well was sort of snatched away from him. Jensen
First
Walker.
leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
If Leeksma is going to be beaten today, Jensen might just be the man to do it.
I like the dynamic of this game as well. We've got two
134.
completely contrasting personalities. Leeksma a little bit more lively, a bit more wiry, a bit more pacey around the hockey.
121.
A little bit more zip and aggression in there, where Jensen Walker strikes me as the sort of person who never once missed a deadline for his homework.
$96.
Some of us never made one.
$58.
McEwan Norris in action
90.
after this, and it's going to be a big game for Jim McEwan in particular, having lost 2 of 3 so far.
23.
I think the worrying thing for McEwan is the last defeat. Not just because who it was against, Michael Huntley, who's not picked up many wins already this week, but De facto, it was by the score of 4-0.
140.
McEwan, as things stand, currently sitting 5th in the table.
134. Evo, you require 54. Game start on the first leg.
Good
Evo
start,
Leeksma.
perfect start. Break a throw for Leeksma.
Second leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Finished 5th in Group 8.
108.
2 points behind Jim McEwan and 4 behind third place David Cameron.
77.
But he was right in the mix for a Group B place until the end. And now he's producing the goods.
140.
5 perfect darts is as far as he goes.
100.
He really has stepped it up today.
$55. 100. Evo, you require
Doesn't have
126.
to start on the 19s. But a lot of players will still do that just because it's familiar, the patterns, what you
58.
tend to be used to. Don't think he would have had a dart at the ball should he have got the 4 19s.
60. Evo, you require 68.
Well, all we care about here is winning the leg. And he's got to get a chance on double 16.
52.
Can't quite manage it.
Jensen, you require 164. 57. Evo, you require 16. Game started, second leg. Evo Leeksma.
2-0 then. In the blink of an eye. And it looks like a brilliant day. And not
Third
only has he
leg, it's
won
Jensen to throw first.
both of his matches so
Game
far, Evo Leeksma, but this is dominant. He's only lost 1 leg.
55. 140. 137. 96.
Just makes it look so easy, doesn't he, when he's got everything in sync. Evo Leeksma
115.
plays with a nice pace, plays with rhythm and feel. But he didn't think that one through. May need to go to the 18s here to save the situation.
55.
Well, he kind of worked a bit of it out.
96.
And Walker's upped his game a little bit himself here. Had to against a man in Evo Leeksma that's tickling the ton mark in the terms of his average.
84. Jensen, you require 98. 58. Evo, you require 126.
Looking for the treble 19, can't find it.
58. Jensen, you require 40.
So Walker has a look at tops.
Game shot on a third leg.
And you know what?
Jensen
Full
Walker.
credit to him, because the way that Evo Leeksma started this match, he could have been forgiven for thinking he was beaten, but he's
Fourth
just
leg, it's
displayed a
Evo
little
to
bit
throw
of that
first.
never
Game
going to
on.
give you up mentality there.
57. 97.
Not just representing himself here. Jensen Walker also representing the Coventry Darts Academy, where he now
58.
lends a hand to help an even younger generation. Always been a pretty hotbed
100.
for talent in Coventry. Seen quite a few of those players come here to the Super Series. Most recently, Steve Hine, who made it through to a Saturday night. We're also seeing Kevin Dowell in here on a Saturday night before.
Jim McEwan in the next match in danger of being sent to Coventry.
99.
If he loses out to Alan Norris, that is going to be a key contest. All sorts of subplots going on there.
58.
Norris's injury. McEwan's chances of being at finals night
135.
fading fast. And Jensen Walker here is fighting back fast.
140. Jensen, you require 70.
Really good. Double 8.
Game shot
Oh,
on the fourth
beautiful,
flag,
beautiful
Jensen
darts
Walker.
from Jensen Walker, who ties it up at 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Breaks the throw as well, most importantly. Puts it to be favourite now to go on to win this game.
57.
We know he's got the quality.
100.
We saw that down in Minehead. We know he's got the quality
137.
and the mentality to be installed as the captain of the England youth team. Something
58.
you can tell he's very proud of. Currently got the English flag on the sleeves of the shirt.
59.
Something you'll always have as well, that, like he mentioned in his interview at the start of the
80.
day, that image of him winning at the UK Open is something he'll always have. And despite the fact he's only been playing for a couple of years, first picked up his darts during lockdown, playing some
100.
online darts when there wasn't really that much going on in the world. One of the sports that was still able to continue was the darts.
96. Jensen, you require 148.
Oh, carry on.
Game shot on the fifth
Absolutely
flag,
wonderful.
Jensen Walker.
How many big finishes are we going to see in one day's darts? Another
Sixth
one.
flag, it's
A
Evo to throw
148. It's
first.
3 out of 3
Game
on the
on.
doubles.
100.
Well, this is what you want to see, don't you? A lot of the time we can sort of look at a player and they're good at leading from the front.
100.
But sometimes you want to see that little bit extra. You want to see what they're like behind. And not for the first time when I've been watching Jensen Walker has he been able to turn
140.
around a result. He was 2-0 down in this game. And Evo was hitting him with everything, averaging around the 100 mark.
58.
Jensen Walker's just upped it.
$100. $28. Evo, you require 161. $55.
Well, it would appear that we're going to be going all the way.
140. Evo, you require
Option there to have
106.
gone the ball with a last start. 25 would have left him on a finish.
88.
Well, he piles the pressure on with
Evo, you
a
require
absolutely massive setup shot.
18. Game shot on a
But
sixth
Evo
flag.
Leeksma
Evo Leeksma
does not falter under that fire. And we go the distance. 3-3.
Seventh and final leg. It's Jensen to throw first.
Will it be Walker
Game on.
tying himself at the top with Leeksma on 4 points, or can
58.
Evo break in the decider to carry on a perfect start to his Group C campaign?
57. $57.
Come on, he says. Wants a bit more. Knows he's opening the door up here for Evo.
57.
Neither able to find a treble in their opening 6, so we're as we were at the start of the leg. First
140.
blow landed.
$58.
This is where he now becomes the front runner because he's got that gap.
100.
He's just got to drive home the advantage. This is where it can get a bit edgy because you feel like you've now got something to lose.
140. Jensen, you require 146.
Really wanted that maximum. Oh, surely not. It won't be another enormous finish.
94.
Walker puts himself in pole position. He will have 2 darts to win this game.
97. Jensen, you require 52.
He won't have 2. It's only 1.
$12.
And that could be
Evo,
the
you require
difference. The missed big
92.
number.
Could be a fatal miss. This situation. Oh, he's gone for the ball. Now he needs a treble. Missing the 25 completely. Walker
40.
will get another opportunity to get more
Jensen,
points
you
on the
require
board.
40.
Huge reaction from Jensen Walker, he's not just missed one opportunity, he's missed a couple here.
No score. Evo, you require 52.
And Leeksma takes care of the 12, gets his full quota of darts at that double,
12.
but he can't find it either.
Jensen, you require 40.
Double trouble.
And
Game
Walker
shot
wins
and the
it.
match.
He claims it.
Jensen
Frustration
Walker.
for Ivo Leeksma, who lets his perfect start disappear. Walker gave him opportunities in that last leg decider, but then took his opportunity in the end, and he ties on points with the disappointed Dutchman, who is beaten for the first time today. In the mix, another ton-topping checkout, a supersized 148 for Jensen Walker, but it was the nervy doubles at the end that decided the match, and it was Walker who managed to fend off the pressure and the tension and pick up the points. Coming up after the break, Jim McEwan meets Alan Norris.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C is really hotting up. We've seen some stunning stuff so far today, and here is a reminder of the results so far. Jensen Walker in his first match got a win, 4-3 against Mike Huntley. Leeksma, he had a stunning start, dropping just one leg in his first couple of matches, and Shane Haywood beating Jim McEwan on his debut, a real standout result as well. McEwan did manage to get a victory, but lost his last game 4-0 to Mike Huntley, and in the last couple of matches, last leg deciders have determined victories for Alan Norris and Jensen Walker, beating Leeksma, the first defeat for the Dutchman in this group. And what a session it's been so far. Ton plus finishes everywhere.
It's been exactly what we expected it to be, isn't it? A real tight contested group, and I think one of the real telling factors there was the play of throwing first, often winning the game. That's, in these short formats, should be a big advantage, and it's turning out to be that way today.
Yeah, there's been 11 three-figure finishes today. That is remarkable, but the first match kind of set the standard. The first leg that Shane Haywood played, well, his first match I should say, took out a 1-6-4. What a start, what a debut.
Hit the ground running, didn't he? And we see this quite a few times with debutants. They come here and they sort of have that adrenaline pumping. They've got that sort of expectation what that first fixture's like. Whenever you come here to a campaign or you're building up, he's known for weeks he's going to be coming here to the Super Series. And that whole time he'd be going, right, play like this, do it. But what you don't think about is 5 games. And I think that's what's caught Shane Haywood out a little bit here today, because he's come in and he's hit the ground running, he's played so well in the opening game, then he's got another 4 to go. And we've seen that drop off in the performance from Shane, and hopefully now he'll be able to take a bit of stock and just sort of get back to that playing field he was on at the start.
Right, a couple of players I want to talk about, Jim McEwan and Mike Huntley. A couple of questions, I'll fire them both at you. Are you worried for Jim, and are you hopeful for Mike?
Worried for Jim, absolutely. I was worried for him before a dart was thrown. I sat here on Monday morning and said this could be a struggle of a week for Jim McEwan on the basis of everything that's gone on. We've well documented it throughout the week, and it's just not something that he's been able at the moment to shake off. And I didn't feel like dropping into a Group C campaign would be any good to him. I thought it could be a fatal. Yes, he could still get through. If he does, I don't see him winning the week. I think there's going to be value elsewhere. I don't see enough signs in him at the moment that he can turn this around.
And for Huntley, I mean, that what you've just spoke about kind of highlights the picture how bad that was for Jim McEwan. But some credit for Huntley and what he did, particularly the way he closed out that 4-0 win.
Where Huntley is now, he should be past caring. That should be the thing for Michael Huntley. It should be, when you come to something like this, and you don't have a lot of experience like Michael Huntley does, and he's only had like the last year or two sort of on the Super Series and on the seniors, when you first come to something like this, you just think to yourself, don't embarrass myself. That is the thought, and you hear it all the time. All the time, when anyone qualifies for the World Championship, I just don't want to embarrass myself the first time they get there. And kind of, I'm not saying it has been embarrassing, but to him it would have been. That Group A campaign where he didn't really get many results, he was looking completely out of games. So for him, that fear of what that's like, he's now realised it's not as bad as you imagine. Often fear comes from the unknown and the uncertainty of a situation, and he would have been unsure about how that would feel or how it would interact, or would he get ridiculed, but he's probably just had loads of support, and actually he goes, well actually I was fearing the wrong thing. So I'm not surprised to see him be quite encouraged today.
As for Alan Norris, we've kind of seen the good, the bad and the painfuls for him. How do you assess his chances from here on in?
Well, he's got enough on the board at the moment to suggest he can go far. He's in a group that he'll look around the room and think, I can beat these guys. You know, there's not going to be anyone in there he thinks I'm going to struggle against them. Maybe it would have been Jim McEwan, but we know what Jim McEwan's doing at the moment. It's a little bit off the radar. So Alan Norris has got a really good opportunity here to get through to a Saturday night, which I don't think he's done that for quite some time here.
Well, let's have a look at the table then at this stage to see how things lie in it. And Leeksma, Jensen Walker and Alan Norris all on 4 points. Now, you mentioned that situation for Norris having this opportunity. He plays Jim McEwan in the game coming up now. If McEwan loses this, do you think that that's already him looking like he won't be at Saturday night?
This is a double whammy. For someone like Alan Norris, who's looking ahead now and thinking, I could get to Saturday night, he doesn't want Jim McEwan to be there on Saturday night. None of these players, whether it's Group B, whether you're Bradley Rose sat in there already, you don't want Jim McEwan on Saturday night. They'll say that they don't care who they play, but a player like Jim McEwan, you do care. He's slow and he's good. It's a horrible recipe to have to try and come up against. So absolutely, Alan Norris will want this victory to try and keep Jim McEwan away, because not only does it strengthen his chances by getting through, but also weakens Jim McEwan's, which will strengthen his chances of potentially winning the week.
Well, the action about to get back underway. I'll tell you who we do want to see here on Saturday night. You.
Yeah, ain't no party like a darty party. Come and join us here in Pompey at the MODUS Super Series. And that's what Chuck and Chucky are trying to do on Saturday night. But it might be one or the other. And if Alan Norris can beat Jim McEwan here, he is facing a mountain that he would need to scale. The favourite, the odds-on favourite to win the group, in a perilous position of being bottom of it at the moment.
Game on.
Well, every time I'm here on a Group C and we get to this point of the day, there's always that one player who's lost a couple of fixtures already, and then the sort of worrying signs start to go, and
100.
I often bring up that rule of 3, you get 3 lives. If McEwan is to lose this, I think he's got to be perfect from here. It could be a 14-point group this month.
$60.
The one thing, though, that Jim McEwan will have is just that little bit of a seed planted in the heads of all the others, that he's done something in this arena that not many people have.
125.
Picking up a series championship.
$100.
Well, they were both in the same Group C last time. They were both here. And it was 1 win apiece.
140.
McEwan making a decent start on a finish
96.
after 9 darts.
Jimmy
And these
require
finishes have been going for fun
136.
all day. McEwan unable to add to the
96.
enormous amount of ton plus checkouts.
140. Jimmy require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwan.
Much better from McEwan. Is it a battle with himself
Second
more than
leg.
anything
It's
so
Alan
far
to throw
today?
first. Game
Battle
on.
that's very, very hard to win, but he seems to be coming out the other side of that. A 13 darter there for McEwan.
80.
The last thing Alan Norris wants to be doing is bending down to pick darts up off the floor. We saw that back problem really come to the surface in his previous match.
100.
A roll of the eyes there for Jim McEwan, though, at the 100. I think that's just, again, a sign of
140.
what he's gone through so far this week.
$85.
I haven't seen much of the limbering up from Alan Norris or the feeling of the pain. Maybe he's been backstage, had some magic potion to ease the stress.
58.
Well, he's dropping darts for fun now, just wants to.
$95. $94.
Good switch over to
Alan, you
the
require 86.
treble 18s. Very Dennis Priestley-esque. Not many people make that switch over to the 18s these days. Alan Norris missing the 18s, missing a chance to have a dart at the ball.
66.
So McEwan
Jim, you require 164.
give us another biggie. We've seen it once already today. It was actually against Jim McEwan in the opening game when he went down 4-3 to Shane Haywood.
132. Alan, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg. Alan Norris.
All square then.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $100. $85. $85.
Come on, he screams. Once
32.
more, doesn't get more. Encouraging for McEwan, whose Group C campaign is starting to look in the balance.
100.
That wouldn't just be his Group C campaign, that'd be his week. I think he'd be mightily disappointed to at least not make Saturday.
45. $82.
He's took the glasses off.
Yeah, he does change a lot of things
41.
during a day's darts, doesn't
Jim,
he?
you require 134.
Alan Norris. They'll be back on for the next visit, probably. Yeah, there they are.
94.
It's like he's always looking for something, isn't he? He's always searching for
132.
that level of
Jim, you require
performance.
40. Game shot on the third leg. Jim McEwan.
And McEwan takes the leg.
Fourth leg. It's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Opting to try and open up the bed there rather than switch. This occasion has to come
99.
downstairs. Very persistent character, isn't he, Alan Norris? with that,
125.
Different ways of going for things. That 155 earlier on. Treble 19, treble 16, bull.
54. $91. $55.
Well, no more apt time than during a game of darts to pay tribute to a significant figure in the sport who
105.
sadly passed away yesterday. Dick Alex, the co-founder of the Professional Darts Corporation, will be a sad loss to the world of darts, and condolences to all of his family from everyone here at the MODUS Super Series. Who knows where darts would have been
57.
without him.
$60. 56. Jim, you require 120.
McEwan here looking at 120. And he's not going to take it out.
He's going to set it up though. Big 18
80.
leaves him tops. And Alan Norris in danger now of having his throw broken.
$60. Jim, you require 40. Game shot on a 4 flag. Jim McEwan.
He's playing a lot better in this match, Jim McEwan. This is more like it from Chucky.
5th flag.
Finishing
It's
has
Jim to
been
throw
fine.
first.
The
Game on.
scoring has been strong. And it all amounts to an average of around 97.
$97.
Yep, 97. Well, 96.98 to be exact.
$43. $44. $140.
Alan Norris might be. Didn't you tell a story about a bloke picking darts up with a stick or something? Maybe Alan Norris would be well advised to
100.
get one of those,
Dennis Ovens.
like a litter picking stick, wasn't it?
Yep. It was are they called telescopic, where like they extend?
92.
If they're not, I'll just call it an extendy stick. And he used to pull that out anytime a dart would bounce out off the floor or a flight. Extend the stick and pick up the equipment.
43.
It used to take ages, but you can't really complain. There's nothing in the rules to say you can't have an extendy stick.
59.
Come along Saturday, we've got extendy sticks, flavoured flights, and Alan Norris yoga DVDs for sale.
$135. Alan, you require 167.
Well, he's already had a 161 today,
142.
and very nearly added a 167.
Jim, you require 82.
Let's put him on the 15s here. That gives him a dart at the ball.
67. Check 57. Alan, you require 25.
Check Chucky. Not sure what happened there. Always hurts more when you've missed a double, doesn't it?
No score.
He's back to where he started.
Jim, you require 25.
Well, you won't even be there if Jim McEwan manages to do what he couldn't.
Game
And
shot
that's it.
and the match.
Jim McEwan gets a job done. A shake of the head for Alan Norris, but an important win for his opponent, Jim McEwan, as Chucky defeats Chuck to take the points, and it's a decent performance in the end from McEwan, an average north of 90, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and most importantly, 2 points in his pocket. He goes from bottom of the table to being tied in a 4-way tie at the top. Leeksma is the man who actually sits in first position, and he takes on Mike Huntley after the break.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Jim McEwan has just stamped his arrival here on the week at the Super Series. One of his best performances in a 4-1 victory over Alan Norris, keeping his hopes alive of getting through to finals night on Saturday. But we've got 2 more players that have been here all week. They've taken each other on 3 separate occasions. On Monday, it was Leeksma who got the victory over Michael Huntley. Tuesday, Michael Huntley won his first game,
Game on.
and the only game that he was able to win across Monday and Tuesday, and he backed up that result yesterday. So on the head-to-head,
140.
Michael Huntley, 2-1 to the goods.
Just seems to have sort of found his way into this week a little bit, Michael Huntley, and we might see him pose more of a threat to Leeksma than he did. Only lose his first game 4-3. He was 3-0 down in it. Then lost to Alan Norris 4-2.
96.
A 4-0 win against Jim McEwan. Standout performance of the day, really.
The big positive as well for Huntley is the fact that he does have that good positive head-to-head record here against Evo. And those wins was coming when he wasn't beating anybody, when he was playing his worst game. So now he's actually started to play better.
105.
Does he come into this game with lots of positivity, knowing that he can get the beating of the player that's in front of him?
$60. Evo, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Evo Leeksma.
Well, the first leg is Leeksma's. 14 darter.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $140. $57. $43. $97.
Four games to come after this. Shane Haywood against Jensen Walker before Leeksma ends
81.
his daily campaign against Jim McEwan. Walker meets Norris and Huntley plays the very last match of the day against Haywood, an all-Welsh affair
41.
to close proceedings. And all of the fixtures that you've seen today will be played in reverse order tomorrow.
$59.
At the conclusion that's where the top two will be booking their place alongside Bradley Roos in the Saturday night finale.
41.
Who will be the third player through to Champions Week? Reese Robinson won week one, and I've heard a rumour that the celebration, the
92.
open top bus parade, is still ongoing for Reese Robinson. Conor Heenahan
60.
leaps on the stage.
Mike, you require
A
86.
bit of an earthquake with the camera.
Yeah, that was a big, big celebration, wasn't it? A week after Reese got back on the road to Hull.
54.
Huntley in a good position here to level.
93. Mike, you require 32. Game shot on a second
And does
leg.
level.
Mike Huntley.
1-1. Don't forget, of course, tonight Group B gets underway.
Third
Jeff
leg,
Smith
it's Evo
and
to
David
throw
Cameron
first.
will open
Game on.
the action from 10 p.m. an all-Canadian contest before Andy Hamilton, the former
100.
World Championship finalist, meets John Michael, and then Tommy Morris, the explosive, rapid local star.
100.
He's the fifth player in the group, and 3 go through from 5 in Group B, so
96.
Really looking forward to that Group B campaign, actually. It's going to be very tough to pick 3 from 5 in that.
I think it's one of the best groups we've had, any group.
I'm sure now that's going to be the
43.
first question you ask this evening. What's your 3 to get through this?
But
57.
it's certainly one of those situations where John Michael, who had the chance, didn't he? He was in position to win Group A, and he'll be looking at Group B thinking there's no guarantee I'm getting through this.
99.
All those players that say, oh, they'd rather go into Group B than win Group A, well, they're fibbing, really, aren't they?
100.
Yeah. It's like when they say they don't mind who they play. Of course you mind who you play. Players that are in Group B tonight, and Bradley Roos is already in to Saturday night, will all be hoping Jim McEwan doesn't get through this group because they know the threat that he plays.
Mike, you require 120.
Well, Roos said he thought Jim McEwan would get through the group. Interestingly as well, his reaction to Group B was, well, that's a tough group, wasn't it, when he saw it on the screen in a very eloquent interview he gave yesterday.
80. Evo, you require 20.
His fellow Dutch darter here looking to find a way into double 10. Is there a way into double 10?
No score.
Apparently not.
Mike, you require 40.
This for Huntley to get a break a throw and make a bit of a march here.
Game shot on a third leg, Mike Huntley.
Could you imagine, after the Group A campaign that Michael Huntley has had,
Fourth leg,
he
it's Mike to
navigates
throw
away
first.
through this Group C.
Game on.
As things stand, your live in-play table does see Michael Huntley move into a qualifying position as things stand. There is a
59.
awfully long way to go. We've not quite yet hit the halfway mark, but that's encouraging for Huntley, who's spent most of the week in position 6.
140.
Yeah, and what a win here for Huntley would do, of course, is keep Leeksma where he is as well. Keep this group so tight. Exactly what we were talking about at the start of the day, that it could be one of those groups where you end up with every player within a couple of points of each other. In fact,
94.
if Huntley does win this game and then Shane Haywood beats Jensen Walker, you would have a situation where every single player has 4 points.
100. 41.
Very spirited character, isn't he, Ivo Leeksma? Every time he sort of gets behind, he can dig out a good 6-9 darts that just put him back in
100.
contention.
59. Mike, you require 147.
Huntley was in a very good position.
64.
That became a very bad position,
you
but it
require
becomes an okay position
167.
thanks to that last start. It still is only a 83 finish, which means the bullseye might be the target at the end.
81. Mike, you require 83.
Well, never mind that. He takes it out of the equation. Double 8.
No score.
Oh, now he's got to go back to the start.
Evo, you require 86.
Well, I
Game
don't
shot
know
on
what's
the full
worse
flag,
for Mike
Evo
Huntley,
Leeksma.
busting that score or not getting a chance to redeem himself. Leeksma takes out
Fifth
the
flag,
86.
it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Mike Huntley is left to root those 2 misses.
140. 62.
Again, that last start comes to the rescue there for Huntley.
96.
Evo making a real dash here for the finishing line, and Huntley again in the ones. So just to spray him a little bit here.
77.
The tension potentially coming back in, maybe the signs of getting into contention. We saw that live in play table that
125.
had him in a qualifying place.
$95. Evo, you require 140.
Plenty of time to take this out. He'll look to score a ton and leave tops.
41.
Oh, now he's left himself with 99 problems. That last dart just offers a little bit of encouragement to his opponent, but he does need a treble himself and can't
60.
get one.
Evo, you require 99.
Double 18.
81.
Does have time on his hands, but would have probably hoped to have missed outside rather than inside. Double 9, no one's favourite. He just has a glance over to the scoreboard now, probably realises he's going to
64.
have to go for it.
Evo, you require 18.
Yeah, well, with the 42 remaining, I'm not sure whether he actually wanted to leave double 18 or whether he just
40.
threw in the area of the 6 and 10.
Mike, you require 143.
Double 16 would have been a preferable route.
$49. Evo, you require 4. Game shot on a 5th leg.
moves a leg
Evo
away.
Leeksma.
This is how much it changes and turns on a Group C campaign, especially one like this where
6th
don't
leg.
have
It's
a
Mike to
runaway
throw
leader.
first. Game on.
I was talking not so long about Michael Huntley potentially moving into position 2. Well, if Leeksma can complete the job here,
100.
he'll be top of the table and Huntley will drop to 5th.
Well, we're
100.
always happy to answer your questions, as encouraged earlier in today's broadcast. And Ricky on Twitter has got in touch. Matt, one for you.
55.
Now, we all know the standard length of an hockey, 7'9¼ but he's asking, is there a standard width
140.
for an hockey?
No, there isn't actually. An hockey can be of any dimension, and there's no. This is a
100.
bonkers one, but there's no actual rule on the height of the hockey either. So you could get like a 5-foot hockey.
55.
He thinks that the hockey here is something I've never really looked at, to be honest, but he thinks it's wider than what we've seen at PDC events, which is why he asked the question.
135.
I can't say I've noticed it as someone who's played on both stages. I can't say I've noticed so it's any bigger.
97.
You maybe ask a
Mike,
player
you
who
require
stands
111.
close to the edge. That might actually an interesting point on that. We might come back to it. Might have to, because this game could be over in a matter of moments.
51. Evo, you require 109.
Ricky's questions got us thinking. But Evo
Game shot
Leeksma
on the match.
has had all the
Evo
answers
Leeksma.
in this game. A 4-2 win over Mike Huntley that sees the Dutchman take charge of Group C. He's back on top, outright. 6 points for him. 2 clear of Walker, McEwan and Norris, and now 4 clear of Mike Huntley and Shane Haywood, who is back in action next when he takes on Jensen Walker. So Jensen Walker and Shane Haywood about to do battle on the Super Series stage in Game 12 of 15 fixtures this afternoon. We will have another 10 tonight when Group B gets underway at 10 UK time. If you are watching elsewhere in the world, please do let us know where. Sure, a few watching in Wales cheering on Shane Haywood. Have seen plenty of support for him on social media and has shown more than glimpses of what he can do. Has only got one win. That came in his first match when he started with that stunning 164 checkout. He won it with a 111 against Jim McEwan. He had another three-figure finish in between, but has lost the two fixtures since then. 1-4-0, the other 4-3 to Alan Norris. And Jensen Walker looks like a promising talent anyway. Seen some good moments from him. But if he wins this match, he will go level on points with the league leader, Leeksma. If he doesn't, Shane Haywood
76.
Will go level on points with him. If he can show that he's got 96. The X factor, apparently.
If he's playing pairs with Andy Bolton. We love our interaction here at the Super Series. And Devin, we can see your question.
83.
Thank you for messaging in. Said, who is the best dart player of all the commentators? Pros and ex-pros don't count. He's very, very curious to know. I mean, we did do one on the referees, didn't we, when Charlie Corstefine took on Owen Binks? There's a video of that on the channel.
There are only two commentators here that aren't pros or ex-pros, aren't there?
100.
Is that you versus Henry, potentially?
Yeah, well, look, we're not going to answer the question, but I
58.
think there's only one way to settle this, isn't there? You up for it, Deacon?
The challenge has been laid down. I can't say I'll watch it. I'll just hear about the result afterwards.
We'll get some highlights put together of the one leg.
100.
Yeah, they did have that referee challenge. Owen Binks beat Charlie Corstefine, who's actually never been seen since.
$58. Jensen, you require 107. $51. Shane, you require 140.
Oh, he's at it again.
130.
Not quite on this occasion.
Jensen, you require 56. Game shot on the first leg, Jensen Walker.
Break a throw with a man from Coventry.
Second leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game up.
A city that's been a bit rejuvenated in recent times, haven't they, with their football? Did go through quite a torrid time. They actually played a football over in Northampton for a period of time.
Yeah, playoff finalists last year, I believe, to try and get back to the Premier League after a couple of decades outside.
$59. $95.
Always been a hotbed for darts. Leagues sort of every single night of the week. Singles leagues. Loads of Super League
45.
teams. So where the county's based as well for Warwickshire, where Jensen currently plays in the A team.
25.
We're in a lot of opens and tournaments as well, so you tend to find when there's
96.
counties like Warwickshire that really sort of put the extra effort in and get all these events on to give opportunities for the best players to come together and take each other on a regular basis, that you tend to find you get these sort of breakthrough talents. That's why certain areas are
91.
more prone to producing players. St. Helens seems to be the place at the moment, doesn't it?
126.
Yeah, it certainly does. Everywhere around that area, St Helens, Warrington, Merseyside.
100. Jensen, you require 40.
Well, Walker, he wants tops here. Now he wants double 10. Doesn't get
20.
either. And Haywood has the chance
Shane, you require 110.
to level the match with another biggie. And he opts for tops. And
Game
he's
shot on
doing it
second
again.
leg. Shane Haywood.
Another one.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
I thought I was working with Reece Robinson then for a moment. I just had to check after another one.
60.
Could you imagine the Reece Robinson interview if he scoops the £25,000 prize?
59.
Well, we might not have to. He's one of 12 players that will be in that week, that Champions Week. Tickets for that, by the way, are
58.
available already. You can be here on the big finals night, and it is always sold out.
98.
So get in early. Dartshop.tv, the place to go. Reece Robinson and Conor Heenan have already booked their tickets. One more name will be added on Saturday night.
140.
One player already through to Saturday night. Bradley Roos will be in action
96.
from 7:30 p.m. UK time, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. 2 groups of 3 round robin. Top 2 go through to the semis. Winners in the final, and the winner of that goes
61.
through to Champions Week.
$58. $98. $60. Shane, you require 84. Game shot on the third leg. Shane
His
Haywood.
combination finishing is some of the best I've ever seen here at the Super Series.
Fourth
Shane
leg.
Haywood.
It's Jensen to throw first.
Started off in that
Game
vein
on.
with that 164 finish, and he's kind of carried on in that way.
100.
He has, including the legs he's won in this game, only won 9 legs so far today, but 4 of them have been with tumblers checkouts.
61. $59.
Yeah, we've seen an incredible amount of 3-figure finishers today, and he's had more than anyone. 4 for him, 3 for Alan Norris. 2 apiece for Jim McEwan and Jensen Walker.
140.
And Ivo Leeksma and Mike Huntley in on the act as well.
180. $55. $97. $100. Jensen, you require 65. Game shot on the fourth flag.
Well,
Jensen
that's a
Walker.
rare route, but it's a good one. And it's another good
Fifth
finish,
leg,
another
it's
good
Shane to throw
combination
first.
finish.
Game on.
This time from Jensen Walker.
$177.
Brilliant from Haywood to kick off leg 5.
42.
This could be the most dreamy debut.
140.
Best we've seen so far this week, an 11 dart leg.
58.
From a man who took out 164 in his first leg.
$81. $140. Shane, you require 103. $68.
Well, it's not another one on this occasion for Shane Haywood. Would have taken his tally to a very impressive 5.
128.
Tom
Shane,
plus
you require
checkouts. He just wants a
35.
simple 35.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Shane Haywood.
Shane tracing down his second victory of the day. Won his opening game,
6th leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
but then went on to lose 4-0, 4-3. Looking to get himself back in contention. Really bunched this group up.
45.
Yeah, it certainly would do that. It would leave Huntley on 2 points at the bottom, Leeksma 2 points clear at the top, but everybody else on 4.
97.
Leeksma meets Jim McEwan next. Walker's last match is against Norris, and Haywood will play
32.
Huntley in his last game. He really is thinking about getting to 6 points today. And that might be as much as anybody gets today.
$97. $58.
9 darts thrown from Walker. No real dent in the leg. Haywood seizing the
140.
opportunity.
$96. Shane, you require 167. $57. $55.
So 110, a
Shane, you
checkout that he's
require
already taken
110.
out in this game. He's a checkout he wants to win this game. It won't go, but it won't matter.
56. $97. Shane, you require
Gives
54.
himself some hope and encouragement should Shane not be able to convert with 2 match darts.
Game shot, undermatch.
Converts with
Shane
1,
Haywood.
and Haywood picks up the points on what is turning into a very fruitful debut for the ADC qualifier. He joins Jensen Walker on 4 points. In fact, he joins Jim McEwan and Alan Norris there as well. 2 off the top, 2 ahead of bottom place Michael Huntley, and a very good win. Another 3-figure finish in there, 4 out of 8 on the doubles for Haywood, who is having a very good first day here at the Super Series. Eva Leeksma is the man to stop in this group, it seems. He's won 3 out of 4 matches, and he'll play his last one next against Jim McEwan. So there are just 3 games to go on the opening day of Group C here at the MODUS Super Series, and here is what has happened so far. It's Ivo Leeksma that has been the main man, winning his first couple of games. Defeat to Jensen Walker in between, but they did get a win against Mike Huntley. Walker went down to Shane Haywood in his previous match, and Haywood has got a couple of wins himself. Leeksma meets McEwan in the next game, then Walker takes on Norris before Mike Huntley faces Shane Haywood.
When that converts through to the table, you can see how it's really bunched up in the middle. 2 players adrift at the top here. Ivo Leeksma at the top, Michael Huntley at the bottom. Everyone else tied up on 4, which means this game for Leeksma could put him in a very commanding position going into tomorrow's play. It's those top 2 positions that we focus on because they are your qualifying places. The other 4 players will be eliminated from the tournament and will be heading off home. Jim McEwan certainly will not want to be in those positions, and this one could end up being another big fixture for Jim, who started the day slowly.
Certainly did, and he keeps putting himself in a position where he's looking almost out, and then other results and his own results just keep him clinging to the coattails. If he can win this match, he can find himself joint top come the end of the day and kind of write this one off a little bit and start in a good position tomorrow. If he loses it, though, then he kind of lets at least one player get away from him, because Leeksma would have a
First
4-point
leg, it's Ivo
cushion.
to throw first. Game on. $59.
He's got a chance here, Leeksma, to get his head above water, to be that one player who can reach 8 points. No one else in that position to do so. They can only leave here on 6.
140.
6 is where he already is, so he knows he's going to be well and truly in contention by the end of this.
39.
As Jack Garwood nearly took one in the leg. He had to swiftly move out the way. I've never seen him move so quick.
Jim McEwan has won all 3 of their meetings
96.
so far this week. Just do wonder
100.
it's an awkward pace for Leeksma to play this fixture.
If that is the case, it could be worrying signs, though, for Leeksma, because this will also be his first game tomorrow.
Plenty of time for McEwan here. Went
41.
for the bullseye. Could have left it much handier.
$55. Jim, you require 88.
And the fact that Leeksma wasn't on a finish
Game
has
shot on
left
the
Jim with the
first
luxury
leg,
of being
Jim
able to
McEwan.
just set up his favourite double and take out that 88
Second
clinical
leg, it's
fashion.
Jim to throw first.
break a throw.
Game
And
on.
McEwan just seemed to have that little bit of a hold over Ivo Leeksma.
$100. $39.
There are some signs here that maybe that theory could be correct, in the fact that Ivo just can't get into his flow and get into the rhythm, because when he plays Jim McEwan, he tends to just have this later release, which is what's seeing the darts just completely
19.
nosedive at times and have that steeper angle in that low one.
100. $61. $60. $108.
Oh, sublime from McEwan. Ready to double his lead.
134. Jim, you require 141.
You spoke about that advanced
65.
counting earlier, and Leeksma found 2 trebles in his previous visit, but had he done it another way, he could have been on a finish.
45. Jim, you require 76.
And it all matters when you're playing a player like Jim McEwan. Player that's sort of rock solid around that
36.
6-visit bracket.
Evo, you require 123.
Gets a go.
92.
Got nowhere near.
Jim, you require 40.
And McEwan takes aim at double 10. Oh,
30.
Leeksma's got away with one
Evo, you
here.
require 31.
Can he make the most of it?
Game shot on a second leg. Evo Leeksma.
Well, he got away with one that turns into 2 because it was also a
Third
break of
leg,
throw.
it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
There's that despondent look on the face of Jim McEwan, something we've seen quite a lot this week.
140.
Certainly in that Group A campaign.
$140. $100. $44. $57. $88.
Chasing it round to find a big treble.
140.
Leeksma just starting to get control here.
$99. Evo, you require 64. $32.
Yeah,
Jim, you
McEwan's going to
require
have to
130.
produce another one of those ton plus finishers if he is going to wrestle back command of the match himself. The bullseye will do it.
105.
Close,
Evo, you require
but not
32.
close enough. And
Game
Leeksma
shot on the
leads.
third leg. Evo Leeksma. Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
One of the things we've shown concerns about for Leeksma in that Group A campaign was just the ability to have a bit of a nosedive performance. Every single day has featured in the
59.
bottom 3 players of the day in regards to the averages, and on Monday he was all 3 of them. But today,
99.
the lowest we've seen from him so far was a 81.24. He did actually win that game, and the only game he has lost was by 4 legs to 3. So
100.
we said we needed to see a little bit more consistency. And well, he's found loads more consistency today. Far, far improved performance.
140.
Just peppering that treble 20.
And the first win against Jim McEwan would really further bolster that point, wouldn't it? Able to do things today that he hasn't been able to do for the rest of the week.
100. 44.
I actually think, and I might be mistaken, I'm going to have to look at a couple of matches side by side, but I actually think he's throwing slower against McEwan than he throws against other players. The actual action seems just a second or so
100.
slower at times for Ivo Leeksma.
$134. Jimmy require 142. $84.
Well, these are the moments
Ivo, you require
that define your
84.
week here at the Super Series. The chance to break the throw of Jim McEwan. The chance to go
Game shot on the
3-1
fourth
up,
flag,
and he
Ivo
takes it.
Leeksma.
They are the finishers. They are the moments. We talk about the
Fifth flag,
164
it's Ivo
finish
to throw
from
first.
Shane
Game on.
Haywood earlier, or the 161 for Alan Norris, but they are just as important, and in terms of the timing, even more so.
140. $60. $140. $100. $91.
McEwan shaking his head as he approaches the hockey. He thinks the game is up, and, well, the rub is that he is going to be behind. He's going to be chasing.
92. Ivo, you require 130.
Whatever happens after this, not only is he going to be behind Ivo Leeksma in the table, but he's going to be
56.
a couple of points behind somebody else as well. So he's going to start tomorrow in a worse position than he started today.
121. Ivo, you require 74. $54.
Unless he can
Jimmy
turn
require
this around.
128.
Needs another. Won't find it. Get up, he says. Drop that one low. And Ivo now gets 3 more darts
88.
to
Ivo,
guarantee he
you
ends
require
today
20.
on top of the pile.
No score. Jim, you require 40.
Well, McEwan here has been let off the hook.
Game shot on the fifth flag.
He's popped
Jim
in
McEwan.
tops. He's broken the throw and now is throwing to force a deciding leg.
Sixth flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
How important could those darts be in about 5 minutes' time?
45.
4 match darts for Ivo to get this one done 4-1. Get his first victory over Jim McEwan this week. Instead, the wait goes on.
100.
He does have 2 more legs, 2 more opportunities. But we've seen Jim McEwan turn these sort of results around before. He did it earlier on today against Jensen Walker.
85. $57. $96. 81.
Well, McEwan Still in command of this leg, but he doesn't want a scrappy visit here. And he might be getting one.
41.
Could not have gone much worse, that, for Jim McEwan. And Leeksma has the opportunity to become the aggressor, to become the favourite.
140.
It's not coming down here. Gets away from it with his
100.
own brilliance there
Evo,
on
you
that
require
dart, but
123.
still needs 2 trebles to leave a double. So Evo, pure setup shot, sets it up
91.
beautifully. Great last dart,
Jim,
gives
you
himself
require
another
134.
3 match darts if McEwan can't take the 134. Which he can't. So 4 match darts.
94.
Come and go for Evo
Evo, you
Leeksma.
require 32. Game shot.
And
the
Leeksma
match, Evo
finally
Leeksma.
crosses the line. Jim McEwan has had a struggle today. The Scotsman was the odds-on favourite to win this group, but he finds himself 4 points behind Evo Leeksma, the league leader, at the end of day 1, and he will fall further behind whoever wins the next game, because Alan Norris and Jensen Walker both have 4, and whoever wins that one after the break will sit in second place. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Alan Norris is about to play his final match of day 1 in Group C. Takes on Jensen Walker. Both players have won exactly half of their games, 2 wins from 4 apiece. Will it be the senior star or the teenage tungsten tosser that will pick up the points in this one?
Well, we've seen Alan Norris make a lot of changes in the past. We've seen him play with glasses on, glasses off. We've seen him play with 1 set of darts, 2 sets, 3 sets of darts. Well, this is a new one for me on the Alan Norris changing. It's actually changed attire. That's a different shirt.
First leg, it's Jensen to throw
Well, you said you
first.
changed the tyre then for a
Game
moment,
on.
like doing a bit of mechanics on the side in between the matches. And that is, I have to say, that is eagle-eyed from you, Matthew Edgar.
180.
That is sharp from Jensen Walker. The previous shirt is a similar design, but you were absolutely right. I'm just looking at it. So where he's got a red patch on that one, on his right, he had a
85.
grey patch.
Nothing gets past me.
100.
Sat up here on the perch like Iago, checking everything out.
Hopefully he doesn't do the same as Colin Lloyd and remove the shirt entirely at the end of the game.
68. $100. $46. Jensen, you require 121.
1-2-1 for Walker. Not going to take it. Didn't need to go the
81.
route that ended in the ball.
This is a game that has happened before for Jensen
39.
Walker. They played each
Jensen,
other on
you
the
require
challenge tour, and
40.
on that occasion, Jensen Walker was the winner. Won that game 5-4.
No score.
Opts to bust there. Goes back to 40. Quite intelligent play. It could have gone quite messy there. Comes inside the 5 and it all gets a bit tricky with Alan Norris all the way back on 2-6-3.
46. Jensen, you require 40.
Keep it simple.
Game shot on the first leg, Jensen Walker. Second leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of the challenge tour, Jensen will be on that challenge tour again when it returns to the UK.
100.
Not opting to go to Hildesheim. That is actually this weekend. All the challenge tour players heading over to Germany.
59.
That will be followed by a full Pro Tour event as well. It's the ideal position, isn't it? If you towards the top end of that challenge tour, go
85.
do a couple of days of challenge tour, a couple of days of Pro Tour. Jobs are good. Un.
Yep.
81.
All the opportunities are there, aren't they, for players that do perform well on the challenge tour? They can pretty much end up playing in everything. There might be fewer places available on the Pro Tour throughout this year because of the change to midweek. That's the thinking behind it for a lot of the
60.
top players are playing more, but then again, some of the players lower down as the year goes on might decide not to play during the week. So, double-edged sword.
100. 100.
I think that carrot, though, now of the £1,000 for winning the first game is quite a big dangling one because
28.
I remember when I first started
Alan,
on
you
the
require
Pro
156.
Tour, you had to win your board to get £600 and you had to pay £105 to enter.
100.
Norris looking likely to level here.
50. Check. Yeah. Alan, you require 56.
Alan Norris requires 56. I think the referee, Jack Gowder, is going to just say, Chuck, you require 56.
Game shot on the second leg, Alan Norris.
And all's well that ends well.
Third leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on. $100.
Those kind of moments that happen, with the referee sort of accidentally checked himself and then realised he was right in the first place. If the player then misses,
44.
that's the referee's fault, isn't it? In their mind. If they hit, it's totally forgotten about. And often they'll have a little laugh with the official about it.
Oh, absolutely.
98.
Absolutely. Some of the reasons you hear for people losing games.
95. $133.
Good leave for Jensen.
40. Jensen, you require 170.
Norris just kneading his back a little bit there.
57.
Still suffering a little bit.
43. Jensen, you require 113. 81. 84. Jensen, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Jensen Walker.
Well, Walker takes the lead. We maybe didn't know what to expect from Jensen Walker, a debut
Fourth
here,
leg,
but you
it's
know we
Alan
have
to throw
had some
first.
recent
Game on.
visits from Alan Norris. Have you been more impressed with him than you expected to be?
He sustained his performance for longer than
140.
he has previously here at the Super Series, which is the big sort of
96.
step forward for him. He's often started really well at a campaign, but normally about game 3 it sort of starts to tail off. So
140.
maybe what you said about delivering those pizzas has helped him out.
96. 100.
A 1-2-1 he'll chuck at when he comes back. Should go for the bull here.
133. Alan, you
Had he
require
done so, he would have been on a
121.
finish.
Just a few times today his counting's just come into question a little bit. Jensen Walker.
$79. 100. Alan, you require 42. Game shot on the fourth leg. Alan Norris.
So all square. Walker still has the advantage of
Fifth
throw.
leg,
This is the
it's Jensen
penultimate
to throw
match of the day.
first.
Mike Huntley
Game on.
and Shane Haywood in action in the curtain closer.
119. 100.
Big cry of come on from Chuck.
99.
But he does need to find a way to break the thrower, Jensen. I feel it may need to be a max. Because Jensen just regularly
100.
finding at least a treble a throw. I'll always put him in that sort of 15 dart bracket.
140.
I think he said 300 left.
41.
I think he saw the
Jensen,
ironic
you
thing
require
of
143.
knocking off the one.
96. 60. Jensen, you require
Walker
47.
could be one ahead if he cleans this 47 up. Leaves double 16,
Game
hits
shot
double
on the fifth
16.
leg, Jensen Walker.
And Norris animated in the background. He does congratulate the shot of Jensen
Sixth
Walker.
flag, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Had to congratulate the leg as well there of Jensen Walker. A 14 darter to answer the 14 darter from Alan Norris.
100. 100.
This would be a really successful day, though, for Jensen Walker if you can get over the line and get the job done here. That would mean you'd leave here today with 3 victories, 6 points on the board, which will guarantee that it'd be
60.
either in the top 2 or joint in the top 2 on legs difference.
43.
Yeah, only a leg ahead of Norris, who is in a good position here to force a decider, but 14 points worse off in the averages.
100.
Just all going with throw
96.
at the moment. Which if Alan is to break that pattern, is going to need a very big leg in the last. Should he be able to get that far?
41.
I've just seen him a couple of times gesture and mutter get up as the darts have dropped low below the target. It's often a sign
57.
of fatigue later in the days here at the Super Series. It's a long old spell for the players to be playing constantly. For those that haven't been here that many times, it's probably quite unfamiliar territory as well.
40.
To play this many competitive matches in a sort of 4 or 5 hour window.
165. Alan, you require 160.
Well, he's going to get a visit with 3 darts in
100.
hand
Jensen,
to
you
end the day
require
on 6
40.
points.
Game shot.
And it is
and the
joy
match,
for Jensen Walker. He gets the better of Alan Norris and takes his win tally to 3, his points tally to 6, and will be in a good position after a good performance. An average, as you can see, 92.6. The finishing was very, very strong as well. 4 out of 7 for Jensen Walker, and it is 3 wins out of 5 on his first day at the Super Series. Shane Haywood is hoping for the same return. His last match is against Mike Huntley, and it's next. So the final flings of Thursday afternoon here at the MODUS Super Series will be an all-Welsh encounter with Shane Haywood and Mike Huntley at the Orchid. Haywood looking to make it a very positive opening day with 3 wins from 5. Huntley hoping to stop him and get a couple of wins himself. And it's been one of those days where matches won by the player who doesn't have the throw have been at a premium. It's only happened twice today, and it hasn't happened since game 4. This is now game 15.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
So if you believe in patterns, that would suggest that Michael Huntley is going to win this game.
Yeah, 10 straight games won by the player throwing first. So when Jack Garwood, the referee, called Mike to throw first,
95.
and that puts this game really in his control. 2 players who know each other well. Both from Wales, have contested local tournaments and ADC tournaments.
140.
Would have been a game that Shane would have been particularly looking forward to.
$135. $140.
When you're playing someone that you're very familiar with as well, it can just make it feel a little bit more comfortable and, familiar up there. You don't get the same pressures, you don't get the same feels, you
100.
don't get caught out by things, you sort of don't over-expect. Sometimes when it's a
60.
person you're not overly familiar with, you sort of overestimate their ability whilst underestimating your own.
$100. Shane, you require 161. $41. Mike, you require 71.
Good dart, good start, good finish.
Shot on the first leg, Mike Huntley.
From Michael Huntley, who cleans up 71. The combination finishing has been the theme of the day today,
Second
hasn't
leg,
it?
it's Shane to throw first.
Not just the
Game on.
13 ton toppers that we've seen, but also those kind of mid-range finishes as well. The finishing has been exceptional from all of the players in this group.
78.
In fact, I don't think I'm even misremembering, but I think most of the misses have come when players have had 3 clear darts at double.
Does seem to feel that way.
82. $99. $95.
But much improved Michael Huntley today. Could really be in the race here. Come tomorrow, a victory here will put him on to 4.
59.
And then that will be 4 players all tied on 4 points.
Yeah, we did feel this group could be very tight. Ivo Leeksma has kind of made it his own and made it his to lose,
81.
really. Mike Huntley could be in a perilous position if he only wins 1 match here. But he is a leg to the good here against his Welsh compatriot and
45.
looking good to double that lead.
$100. $140. Mike, you require 143. 93. Shane, you require 80.
I spoke about that combination finishing, but that has gone wrong
27.
for Shane Haywood.
Mike, you require 50.
And Huntley can make the most of the mess.
Game shot on
does.
his second leg, Mike
For
Huntley.
a two-leg lead. The match he did win today. He won 4-0, didn't he, against Jim McEwan? Is he
Third
going to
leg,
be
it's Mike to throw
dishing
first.
out another
Game on.
bagel?
By far the best performance we've seen from Huntley. And it feels like we're starting to say that a lot more now.
100.
We said it yesterday. We've said it again today in game number 3. We're saying it again now at the end of the day. Maybe that's
96.
something we should take note of here and be encouraged by the performances here of Huntley. Finding a lot more treble-less visits.
81. $180.
Yes, being the man more known for the big finishes and the big 180 hits. That is second of the day.
100.
That is third.
180.
Jensen Walker, the biggest 180 hitter of the day. He's hit 5.
Well, by the end of this match,
100.
that might have changed.
Shane, you
If
require
Shane
45.
carries on like this. Double 16.
13.
Well,
Mike, you
the
require
180's
120.
worth a show. But he couldn't get the double dough. And now Huntley can steal the leg.
100. Shane, you require
Mighty fine
32.
effort there. But now it's a chance for Shane to get that breaker throw.
Game shot on the third leg, Shane Haywood.
Well, his face said everything. We didn't need to elaborate.
Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Just trying to work out which drink was his there.
Game on.
We don't want any of those shenanigans. We've seen a few of those recently.
Didn't Luke Littler end up putting his water on the floor to stop Krzysztof Ratajski stealing
59.
Do love some of the table battles.
60.
Remember Gary Anderson and Mentor Suljevic at the World Championship?
Yeah, didn't just steal his water, he stole his whole table, didn't he, Menster?
83.
There have been a few. Phil Taylor once threw James Waite's flights in the crowd. Then James Wade decided he wanted that particular flight back. Also threw Corey Cadby's towel in the crowd
95.
at one point. And he had to get that back as well. Phil Taylor, 16-time world champion, messing about with other people's equipment at the table.
85.
I'd love to sit here and condemn it, but I'd be much worse if I was a darts player myself.
Well, one thing Phil Taylor used to do is, with the table, he used to try
64.
and own it. So if you went on first, as naturally you do, you'd get your stuff, you'd put it on the table. Taylor would then sort of put your stuff to the back and then open his case out as wide as he could, smack bang in the middle of the table. And then you'd come back and all your stuff would just be like
94.
hanging on the edge.
Do you remember the interview he gave about Daryl Gurney not pouring him a glass of water as well? That really got to him.
140. 50. Mike, you require 142.
Well, is Shane Haywood on course to turn the tables in this game? He loves a three-figure finish. He's been having them all day. Shane Haywood
92.
started with
Shane,
the
you
three-figure
require
finish when he took out the 164. He's since added a 136, a 111, and a 110. And now he wants a bullseye for a 5th-ton topper.
105. Mike, you require 50.
Well, he couldn't get that,
34.
but he will return.
Shane, you require 25. Game shot on the 4th flag, Shane Haywood. Fifth flag, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
So 2-2 in this closing contest of day one in Group C. A reminder, the action resumes tonight, 10 p.m, live on the MODUS Super
46.
Series YouTube channel when Group B gets underway, and it is a really tasty looking field with Jeff Smith and David Cameron of Canada, Andy Hamilton, former world finalist, former Premier League star himself,
140.
John Michael, the Greek god of darts, record-breaking, history-making, and all of that. And then Tommy Morris, who has really impressed on
81.
many an occasion. He's taken the short trip for him to the Super Series here in Portsmouth. This group will resume at 1 p.m. tomorrow, another double day of darts. All the fixtures will be in reverse order, so this will be the
140.
first match. And for Huntley, it's a really significant fixture, isn't it? If he were to win this game now and again tomorrow, he's well in the mix. But if he is to
140.
lose both of those games against Shane Haywood, then he's done, really, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is a crucial head-to-head clash here for
121.
Michael Huntley. I think the disappointing thing for him was the fact he was a couple of legs clear here. Did have a dart of tops. Into
98.
a 120 combination
Shane,
that
you
would have seen
require
him go
100.
3-0 up. Instead, he's now in danger of having another breaker throw. 85 left for Shane. Got choices here, 19s or 15s. Opts for the 15s for tops to add another one to the column.
60.
Bends
Mike,
the
you
wire.
require 136. $96. Shane, you require 40.
So to get in front for the first time in the match.
$35.
Can't manage it. A reprieve for Huntley.
Mike, you require 40. Game shot on a 5th
Well,
flag.
that could be
Mike
important,
Huntley.
not just to this match, but to the week of Huntley and to the week of Shane.
6th flag. It's Shane to throw first.
Just
Game on.
pondering at the back of the stage what could have been. This could have been throwing for the match. Instead, he's throwing to stay in it.
$47. $59. $46.
Huntley hoping to close it out here, avoid the
100.
drama of a last leg decider. Haven't had one of those since game 9 when Jensen Walker met Ivo Leeksma. In fact, the last 4 games have all finished 4-2.
43. 100. $27.
Massive advantage now for Huntley to get the job done.
95. $140. Mike, you require 147.
6 darts if he needs them.
$131.
But he's done the next best thing to taking it out.
$100. Mike, you require
The ideal
16.
setup for Michael Huntley, who earlier this week could not seem to buy a win. Could not seem to hit a
8.
double. And is that coming back to plague him at the wrong time here?
Shane, you require 98.
Needs the treble. Doesn't find it. Another opportunity
58.
for Huntley to keep himself
Mike, you
in this
require
Group C
8.
campaign.
He is
Shot
still
and the match,
in
Mike
the
Huntley.
fight. He could still make it through to finals night. Michael Huntley picks up the points in the last match of the day, an all-Welsh affair between himself and Shane Haywood. Goes the way of Huntley, who with that victory moves on to 4 points, along with the man he's just beaten and 2 other players in the group. Jensen Walker has 6, but the player of the day has been Ivo Leeksma, winning 4 out of 5 on a day that has seen huge finishers left, right and centre, and we will reflect on some of those and all of today's action in exactly 90 seconds time.
Yeah, time to reflect on what we have seen so far in this group, and it's been a really interesting start, hasn't it, to Group C?
Oh, what a group. What a group. It's been really entertaining all day. I don't think there's ever really been a situation where you look at a game and think, I know the outcome of this one. And if you do, you was often wrong. It's a really tightly contested group, and I think we're just going to get more of the same tomorrow. I can't see anyone really stepping up and sort of really grabbing this group and sort of running.
Well, let's have a deeper dig into the results from the 15 fixtures today, and there is one obvious pattern, isn't there? All of that yellow is on the side of the screen of the player throwing first. Everyone seeming to win with the throw, apart from a couple of matches there.
That's kind of how we normally expect it to be, but it's surprising that we actually look at that and we're surprised by it, because in this sort of short format game, the advantage of throwing first is massive. But we don't tend to see it really play out that way. It normally tends to be like a 50-50 split. So when we're looking for like a dominant force in this group, it's there to be taken. It's there for someone to stand up. If someone can put in a performance, just a bit of consistency like we saw from Huntley in that last game, and 90 average, I think that's enough to sort of go through the card here.
And you mentioned dominant forces. Well, the person that's been closest to that is Ivo Leeksma. Have you been surprised to see the way he's taken this group by the scruff of the neck?
I've been really glad to see it because we've seen some really good things for him on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He had that sort of 95 average, the best average of the day. He was challenging up at the top end of the daily statistical every day, but he was also challenging at the bottom. And that would be the concern. Today he's not had that dip in performance. He's not been anywhere near the lowest average of the day. It's all been up towards that sort of high end. So he's found the bit that was missing, and that's just that gel, that consistency, because he had that habit of going off with a 14 darter. And then next leg after 21 darts, he wasn't even on a finish. So he's tightened that all up today. So he certainly had the game, and he's just took the positives and built on them. And
the big thing about today, not just from him, but all of the players in the group, has been the combination finishing. It's been remarkable to see the number of, well, not just combos, but particular three-figure finishes that we've had today.
It was the start of the day, wasn't it, where we really saw a lot of that. Shane Haywood being the man. 3 tumbleless finishes in his victory in the opening game, so out of the 4, and then as it was going on, it's like, well, he's at 50% at the moment in terms of the legs that he's won in regards to how many tumbleless checkouts he's had. It tended to be the problem was when it was 3 darts in hand or a smaller combination like a 56. Talk the 3 darters, they were fine today, not a problem. So everyone's going to know what they need to do and just what they need to tighten up on, but everyone's in with a chance, and that's probably a position where they'll probably all be happy leaving with.
Yeah, and every single player has hit at least one 3-figure finish today. They are all of the ton plus checkouts, 13 in total. As you mentioned, Shane Haywood getting 4, the 164, the 161, 1 of 3 from Alan Norris, 2 apiece from Jensen Walker and Jim McEwan. And Michael Huntley, of course, had that 145. Interesting that Ivo Leeksma, he's only got 1, and that was a 109, but he's the man that's got 4 victories.
His scoring power has been a little bit stronger today than the majority. The amount of 2 treble visits that Ivo Leeksma's been hitting, and when you're hitting that big scoring power, you tend to not have as many chances when you get down to the finish. He's been sort of more around the 80 to 90 mark, which is a sign that his game is being where it needs to be. Everyone else has sort of needed some big finishes at times, so I'm not surprised to see that stat.
What have you made of Jensen Walker on his debut here?
I've enjoyed watching him, I really have. I thought he's had a good debut there. He kicked off his campaign really well. Just needs to settle a little bit. He seems to get really embroiled and sort of engraced with the game at times, reacting a bit to a bit of negativity at times. Just would like to see him find that sort of calm up there. On debut, this is one of the biggest things he's ever done. Of course, he's not going to go up there and be the finished and polished article, but I think that's the next thing that he needs to do. Just be able to be really in control and in check of those emotions.
Yeah, and we have seen him do some decent stuff, as we can see there today. But what about on the other side of the coin? You've got a 17-year-old there who's just sort of learning his trade. Jim McEwan, the most experienced player, certainly here at the Super Series, and the struggles have been evident for the Scotsman today.
I think now disappointment turns to anger for Jim McEwan. And the thing is, he can leave here knowing he can get this back. He's not out of the race. It's well and truly open for anybody to come through. We've seen that in the league table. We know McEwan can go through the card. He might not even need to. This might be one of them groups where 12 points might be enough. So McEwan is well and truly in the mix. It's just how much does he believe in it, and how much does he believe in himself? Because when you start doubting yourself, when you don't feel right, we saw him hit 100 earlier and roll his eyes. He does not feel confident, and that is evident.
Yeah, and the big reason why will be position in the league table, though it's not as disastrous as it might seem for Jim McEwan, because of course he is only 2 points off a provisional qualifying place. Now the one that is in the best position is obviously Ivo Leeksma, but nobody's out of this.
Nobody's out and nobody's in. Even Leeksma, we're having that advantage. That could easily get gobbled up tomorrow if he starts a little bit slow and he doesn't pick up victories, because the players below have to be, someone's going to have to go to 6. Because players on 4 points are playing each other. So he could easily get reeled in tomorrow, and I think we're going to learn a lot from the first 2 cycles.
Do you see him going through?
With the advantage he's got, he should do, but it depends what Ivo Leeksma we get. If we get the Ivo Leeksma of today, absolutely. I can see him going through, no doubt. But it's just if we get that drop off. We don't know enough about him yet to really be confident in that statement.
Well, we will find out tomorrow, but we will be back this evening. 10 p.m, Group B gets underway, and there are some big hitters on that stage tonight, including the former world finalist Andy Hamilton, a couple of Canadian stars as well in that group. It's going to be a really closely fought fight, so do join us from 10 for the MODUS Super Series.